courtesy of Africa World Media, a United Kingdom registered company, and the Punchline Africa, and the Radio Punchline Africa, and the Pan-African Forum, which are associated with Dr. David Masanga. This Twitter space is here to educate, to get views, to speak about our continent, to see what best we can do, to see how much we can help to achieve peace. As you are aware, ladies and gentlemen, almost 10 countries in Africa, or about 15 countries, are under the spell of violence, starting from Libya, Mali, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, the Sahel region, Somalia, now Sudan, South Sudan, Congo. Look at all those countries. Mozambique, something, somehow is happening on any of the countries or on the countries that I've just mentioned. I want us to be very candid and speak, because today, some of the commanders of M23 and their spokesmen accepted to come here. I would like you to fire them questions. I will not tell you who they are, but they will be speaking, and therefore you can fire questions asking, because they have asked. I don't want to be a conduit of what they do. Neither do I want to be part and parcel. But they saw anything on DRC Congo and the conflict. They always come in to listen, and some of them speak. And unfortunately, some of them speak Swahili, some of them speak French, but they will be here on the platform. Those who are familiar with them, like Lukwago, you will know who they are. I'm here to guide the debate together with my co-host, Dylan Africa from South Africa, who will be my permanent co-host on these platforms under the auspices of Africa World Media, which is a United Kingdom-based company. I want to thank you all that we shall continue to do our best to educate the people of Africa, to defend the continent of Africa, to make sure that Africa rises and shines again, to remove conflicts, to hear all sides of the conflict in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to the platform. I would like my co-host also to say one or two words. Then I can now give you an overview of the current situation as we stand. If you want to speak, I'll open up the open mic in about 10 minutes or 15 minutes. There will be an open mic. You put up your hand and you can be. I just want to see Mr. Kankwanza. Thank you, Kangwenza Rukirabaishaja. Thank you very much, my brother lawyer, for coming. As we speak today in our country, we've lost somebody who was buried yesterday, who was gunned down, assassination style. And I believe Mr. Kakwenza has been a victim until he escaped from such because of using social media. Ours here is responsible social media. We talk. That's why I put guidelines here for people. I put guidelines here for people to follow. And I was right to get because some of these things that you say here can cost us our lives. So we have to be very careful. Some governments and the regimes are not tolerant. They are intolerant to criticism. And some people don't take it lightly. So whatever you say here, wait, bring evidence. But these cold-blooded killings that have begun in our country, Uganda, worry me as a peacemaker who actually brought peace in the entire northern Uganda and the South Sudan and the creation of South Sudan as a state. Without my involvement, South Sudan would not have been created. Without removing the rebels from eastern Equatorial to western Equatorial, over 60,000 troops crossing over the Nile to western Equatorial, there would have not been any South Sudan. I am privileged and I'm honored that may God help me to see that peace stand strong. Is almost 17 years now, and we are still going on strong. So that is very, very good for me. Fantastic. Since I started that journey, there's nothing to do with rebel activities in northern Uganda. We finished, solved the problem. That's why I have experience of solving a sharp conflict. That's why I want to talk frankly about this Congo crisis. If people are not honest, let me make it very clear before anybody starts talking. If the rebels are not honest, if the presidents surrounding Congo are not honest, if President Tshisekedi himself is not honest, please pack your things and leave. There's no peace you'll get there. And that one has to be known that is my position. I've said it to several television stations, radio stations, and these presidents hear me. They know where the rebels get the guns, but nobody tells us where they get them. They know who gives the rebels the money, the food, the support, the supplies, who boosts their capability. Both the governments. Now there is a stalemate on who should be the commander of the East African Rapid Force. It is all very, very intriguing to the people who yearn for peace. There are killings. There is genocide taking place there. There is a lot of killings in South Kivu where people's animals are being taken. There's quite a lot of terrible things around these places. So we have to speak as Africans. Originally, we wanted the topic of coronation, but due to public demand and what matters on Africa, the coronation is over. We are doing volunteering work now. We go and clean, clean the grass, sweep the schools, the homes. For almost 1 month, we shall be doing that in Britain for free, and over 20 million people doing it. I wish we had such spirit also that allows people to be united. My church has been doing great. We had never washed some of the parts, the tiles. People were doing it. And I want to thank my vicar who will join here today to pray for us for peace in Africa. Thank you very much, my warden in Surrey. Thank you for doing what you have done all the time. And may God help you and guide us all the time throughout. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me have my host to say one word, and then I can give you an overview briefly. What is it up to now? A quick one of 5 to 6, 7 minutes. Then we now open the space for discussion. The rules are simple: no foul language, no F usage here, no information without without backup, no insults to anybody on the platform, no interruptions when somebody is talking, except the co-hosts can interrupt you when we see you going in a wrong direction. We can bring you back. Let's discuss, because this social media is also good, but it is becoming very dangerous in some countries in Africa. Thank you very much. God bless you. This Africa, go ahead and test the microphone.
Thank you, Dr. David Matsanga. Good evening, everybody. Good evening to you, Dr. David Matsanga. A very warm welcome to Kakwenza for joining us tonight. We are very privileged to have you in the space this evening, and we also very privileged to have each and every one of you that have joined, as well as those that are getting ready to speak and those that are about to join us later. It is important that we acknowledge that the space is not quite as safe as what we would like it to be, as we're discussing topics that can be quite detrimental to all of our well-being. So I also just want to thank each and every one of you for your bravery, and your willingness to want to stand up for what you believe in. And furthermore, before we begin, I'd also just like to thank God for allowing us all to be here. I know that this is not a religious space, but it's important that we all start praying for one another, as many of a few of the individuals that are on this platform today have already been threatened, and we should just be aware of our realities and continue to pray for one another and pray for one another's safety. So may God be with each and every one of us, and may He guide us and bring wisdom to all of us that are unaware of what is happening. And as Dr. David Matsanga has said, this is a learning platform. We are not here to insult, degrade, or undermine anyone here. So let's just remember that. And above all, we are all Africans. We all stand for one thing, and that is the betterment of all of us as African people. Thank you, Dr. David Matsanga.
Thank you, co-host down in Africa. Thank you very much for those wise, kind, spiritual words. We also to take spiritual nourishment for people who need it at this hour. The burden is too big for us to carry, but we shall carry it with the guidance of God. Thank you very much. Let's kickstart our talk. Can peace be achieved in DRC Congo? What are the obstacles and the challenges? Since 1990, the Democratic Republic of Congo has continued to be marred with intractable conflicts. Despite the establishment of an elected government in 2006, following implementation of a series of peace agreements, which I took part in South Africa, in Sun City, in Lusaka, the eastern regions of DRC Congo have consistently experienced high insecurity, repeated incidences of violence, often a result of interference from neighbors. The recurring episodes of violence, therefore, to me, in both eastern and other regions of DRC Congo, indicate that the process of conflict transformation is impeded by the deep structural issues of the society of Congo. The East African Community and the regional force, which is called EACRF, has moved after the exit of Commander Major General Nyaga through from Democratic Republic of Congo. They have removed the commander and come back and sent another commander who has not reported by yesterday. By the time we got the press today, this commander has not yet reported. Last weekend, East African and the Great Lakes region leaders had a summit in Bujumbura, attended by the United Nations Secretary General, the East African facilitator, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, President Museveni of Uganda, President Kisekedi of Rwanda, and the President of Burundi, and other delegations that were in. And Kenya was represented by their Prime Minister or their Prime Secretary, Musalia Mudavadi, who was in Bujumbura. The United Nations signifies a very great importance that they put on Congo. But remember, for 18 years, the United Nations troops, numbering over 20,000 or so, have been in this country. What are the questions? What questions can you fire them? What do they really do? They have not liberated even one toilet, or they have not actually liberated even one village, and are given it freedom to have water, to have roads, as an example of a case study of a liberated region. Therefore, after 18 years of existence in DRC Congo, is the United Nations force worth it? A meeting of the regional defense and chiefs, and initially scheduled for Bujumbura last week, was postponed because of many things. The defense chiefs had been expected to provide a way forward, including whether Kenya will continue to command the mission or not. There is now a pull and a push about Kenya's involvement in the region and Kenya's involvement in commanding the East African Rapid Force that has been created. Now, given these circumstances, the circumstances that we see, Major General Nyaga citing fear of his life and citing so many other things that threaten people's lives, he actually left and was replaced by another major from Kenya, Major Muturi Kiungu, who had not responded by yes, as we got to the press today. I don't know whether today has arrived there or not. In Nairobi last week, Kinshasa, and the last East African countries, they distanced themselves from the departure of the force commander. Kenya and Kinshasa, they said they don't know, but each one are throwing different directions and accusations. But the coordinated denials were dented after the Congolese military publicly celebrated his exit. You know, we saw people on TV, Major General Sylvania Ekenge, spokesman of FARDC, accused the Kenyan officer of peaceful coexistence in the military with the M23. So this type of accusations, challenges, an obstacle, mistrust, can create and prolong the conflict. Major General Jeff Nyaga has not produced any results on the ground, as they claim, and they said he was not doing any work, but they accused him of being biased towards the M23. The M23 as the main target of a rebel force, the DRC Congo is adamant that the regional force should target the M23 rebels movement. The largest numerous groups, remember Congo has 131 groups that are based on their soil. And as we speak right now, they are all active. And in North Kivu, a few days ago, 17 people were killed, according to Lawrence Kanyuka, the political spokesman of M23, allegedly by the Congolese army who are committing atrocities as alleged by the M23 spokesperson. Ladies and gentlemen, on May 2nd, 2023, Kinshasa government forces ambushed civilians on the Karengera Togo Road, North Kivu, killing more than 200 cows, injuring more than 150, and several others are missing. It is said. This is now reports that are not corroborated, but they come from the rebel side because they saw the skirmishes. The communique added that the armed groups attacked villagers, which is a communique from the aid for the from the East African force, forcing the entire population of the area to take refuge near EACRF. Congolese Deputy Prime Minister in charge of defense, Jean Pierre Bemba, responded by pointing a finger at Rwanda as having attacked the village and killed 200 cows, or Rwanda supporting the rebels who attacked. Remember, Bemba is my good friend, and Bemba, I am the one who went to ICC, struggled, wrote a lot of letters, argued with the chief prosecutor, Modino Campo, until his case lost meaning. He wasn't convicted of the case, but he was convicted of witness tampering, which is a different case altogether. So I have struggled with so many problems on the continent, and you people should always pray for me. I've tried my level best. When God calls me one day, come and help me, pray for me, and pray for my children. I've tried to save these people, but they go back and make the same mistakes everywhere across. He said that the Rwandan army, this is Mr. Bemba accusing the Rwanda army, and continue to reinforce the positions of M23. The information, we don't have any facts, but these accusations that were picked from the research and on the ground. Rwanda has denied the charge several times over and over, and accused Democratic Republic of Congo of supporting Interahamwe, FDLR, considered to be remnants of genocide against the Tutsi who were murdered in huge numbers in 1994. Those are the facts. Those are the current situation as we stand. There is a communique that came out of Bujumbura. And the ladies and the gentlemen, if you look at the communique, anybody who has studied English and who can study English language, I will tell you when you use the words whereas, we assure, reassure, it means there will be no conclusion. Full stop. We shall reassure. We reassure the government. We reassure the world, the international community. Hello. It means there will be no. There is nothing. That meeting has come out. I've been in this game for a long time. If you come out of the forest of Garamba Park, having seen Konyi, and then you come to issue a statement to say, we have reassured. You have seen him, and then you say, we are reassuring. No, it doesn't work that way. Tell him that this man is not going to sign this agreement. He says 1, 2, 3, 4 must be changed. I went back there 12 times looking for change of this document, that document, until the final document that was agreed by His Excellency President Museveni in Kampala, and everybody, and mediators signed, and guarantors signed. So we were going to go back on 14th of December 2008, But the American CIA and the Americans used the tomahawks. I think they had calculated that while we are there signing the agreement, they kill all of us. But you can see how God has made me to survive. On the same day we were going to go back for signature, this is when the tomahawks from Djibouti ran all the way to hit the camp. So imagine how treacherous people are in this world. May God help this world. I am telling you, some of us have survived by whisker, and we are here today. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That is so far the situation. Where is the truth? If rebels don't tell you where the guns come from, if rebels don't tell you who gives them the money, the guns, do they get them from Congo? Who's supplying them? If the governments themselves who sit in Bujumbura don't come out to say, let's finish this problem, like the Ethiopian conflict, both sides in Ethiopia came out and stood firm and said, we want the conflict to be finished. And they said it openly, without any fear. The, the Ethiopians, both Tigray and Dr. Abiy, they were determined. They wanted Ethiopia to go back united. In Congo, we don't have anybody saying he wants to go back. He wants a Congo united. Everybody is doing all his things. The 90 countries, all 90 countries that surround, I am not accusing one, and I'm not going to be here. Those who have evidence of further accusation, I'm accusing the 90 countries that surround Congo. Each of these countries is contributing to the insecurity of Democratic Republic of Congo. All of them. Because some of these rebels, 131 groups, they have interest in some of these countries. Although people are looking at Uganda and Rwanda only, there are so many countries that surround Congo. I'm not exonerating those two countries, but there are 9 countries, and those are the ones I'm saying all leaders from those countries are not telling the truth. There's someone somehow selling diamond, selling gold, receiving raw materials through their countries, like Zambia. Their raw materials, raw gold, raw diamonds are going through Zambia, and they are being shipped out. So you can't say they are not playing a part in the war. All these countries that surround Congo, they have a problem. So if this is the way we are going to go, I think we have a long way. This is a protracted problem. We have to be prepared that it might not be solved. Is it going to be solved by cutting Congo into balkanized states? I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, I now open the floor, and I want to take the first speaker, and that first speaker is Haruna Mohammed, my brother. There you are. Then I will take the second speaker, Sean Wesonga. Sean Wesonga is an investigative security journalist who has done quite a lot of commendable work in my office, and he will be able to give you the insights of what exactly we have been talking about all these wars. Sudan is gone. We now see we Africans of the South cannot mediate it. The problem has gone to Jeddah in Mecca and Arab. They cannot mediate it. So we are just left for Sudan to be cut in 2 pieces. So, Haruna Mohammed, take the microphone. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. David. Well, you've been doing a laudable work and very impressive. And may God bless, may God protect you, and may God see Africa through. But I want to digress a little bit from the armed conflict going on in DRC. The conflict is, from my own perspective, is a conflict that is influenced by the Western world. On this platform, we used to
Can
call a
you
speed.
can you switch off your radio behind so that we can hear you
Hello.
properly, sir?
Are you hearing me? Is the background okay now?
Yes.
Okay. The problem can per se can be say is a problem that is sponsored by Western influence or outsiders within the African continent. Because as you rightly said, how are they getting the weapons? How are the rebels getting the weapons? How many countries in Africa are manufacturing weapons that are being used within the African continent? And you know, the mineral angle is there. It's just a war that is being encouraged to still to milk Africa dry. And it's not only DRC that is going through this conflict. This conflict have extended throughout the Sahel and the West African region of Africa. So the only way is if we have a unite with AU. Even AU is non-functional. It doesn't exist. It just exists on a paper. They go merry-go-round and they celebrate themselves. They drink coffee and tea. And the greatest insult, even Western government inviting our African leaders to come to their countries and take coffee. No, any Western country is going to solve our problem for us. We Africa, we are the ones that will solve our own problems. If we don't take the mantle of solving these problems within the African context, there's nobody that can solve it for us. We all depend on the West. France is monopolizing. France does not have an ounce of gold within the French, within France, but they are the largest gold reserve. They have one of the largest gold reserve in the world. Where did they get the gold from? From Africa, of course. Most of the francophone countries does not have their budgets, does not have their central bank, their domicile in France. Then tell me, how will French allow you to develop when they know that you are sponsoring their economy? If these francophone countries today are out of the France alliance, France cannot stand on its feet. That is the truth, and everybody knows that. So they must continue to engage and sponsor violence in Africa so that they will continue to benefit from our own resources. Not until when Africa take its stance, and Africa have come a long way, have come of age. Africa should take its stand. The Sudan crisis, what can the Arab League do on the Sudan crisis? When did the Arab League even start getting its own foundation, its own footing within the Arab League? When did they get even united that they will leave thousands of miles away to come and solve the conflict in Sudan? It's not possible. So Africa should look inwards and solve its own problem. No Western country will want you to develop or economically or politically. We have our own way of life. We should devise our own context, live within our own context. We are talking of a population of about more 1.2 billion, and one useless person will sit down in the Western country trying to determine the way you run your life. That should put a stop to it. Let me yield for now.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Thank you very much, Harun, Mohammed. My brother, when you come on the platform, you say where you come from, because you might you tag each other, tag you.
Oh, sorry, Mr. David. I'm Haruna Mohammed from Nigeria. I'm from Nigeria, West Africa, Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Anybody coming on the platform, we want to know you. Unless there are security reasons, Pastor, I can see you coming in. Whenever I see you coming in, I'm very happy because I know there is going to be fireworks here. I see one of the commanders. Thank you very much for coming on this platform. Thank you. Sean Wesonga, you have been on this conflict for a long time. You have been doing security analysis on most of these places. About 4 years ago, when I was nurturing you or teaching you, I told you that by 2022, over 16 countries in sub-Saharan Africa will be in conflict. Am I a prophet near Elisha? Pastor is here. He might crown me. I don't want to go into a cult, but I think I was right. But I had seen signs that what the West wanted to do to stop the China movement, to stop the BRICS, to stop so many things. They were going to make sure that they hold these countries, even use the military men whom they train in America to come and overthrow their governments. I predicted this 4 years ago. I think Shoni Wesonga taking the platform. You can be a witness here. Tell the people where you are from, who you are, and then you can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matsanga David, for this particular opportunity. And my name is Sean Wesonga, and of course, I can bear witness that Dr. Matsanga, whatever Dr. Matsanga is saying, is 100% of what he said more than 5 years ago. And today we are seeing it. Personally, I'm really actually surprised that Dr. Matsanga could actually see that far when most countries here in Africa were actually still playing ping pong games with their security and the mayhem we see in the Sahel region. Some of the things I remember Dr. Masanga used to talk about back in 2018, telling them that if we allow countries like, Libya to completely crumble, if you allow Egypt to crumble, then we're going to have this problem trickling down into the Sahel region. And today we are seeing that happening in Sudan. Some few years ago, he warned the leadership of Sudan against taking very drastic decisions when it came to the prosecution of the former president Omar el-Bashir. And he told them, if you're gonna take this guy, or if you're gonna insist on taking this guy to the Hague, then Sudan is gonna crumble. It's gonna actually divide into two. And that is what we are seeing today. Now, let me go back to the issue of the DRC. And DRC is in chaos today because I believe from the reports that we've been having from Kinshasa, we have people who harbor different interests. When you look at the UN Army, the MONUSCO, it has been having soldiers who are stationed there, and they do not do anything to actually help protect the lives and the property of the people of the Eastern DRC. And Dr. Matsanga has talked about it at length. And when you go to the Eastern DRC, you realize that even the people, the locals themselves, do not have faith in the MONUSCO army. Then you should ask yourself a question. Why do we have these soldiers being bankrolled by the UN if they cannot protect even a poor man's goat from being taken away by the rebels, if they cannot protect the lives of the innocent kids that are always killed in these in the line of fire? Why can't we have these soldiers, redeployed maybe somewhere else, and the funds be directed into something useful that will be able to bring peace in the DRC? Back to the topic of instability in DRC. One thing I believe is that the DRC is quite a huge country. And I remember some few years ago, Dr. Matsanga David was asking whether it is time we should rearrange DRC so that we make it governable. And that is one of the problems that bigger countries like DRC, like Ethiopia, like Nigeria are bound to have. So why haven't the leadership in DRC decided, thought about maybe restructuring their kind of leadership and having an effective way model where each and every corner of DRC will be able to have some way of command of power, in that whatever is communicated in Kinshasa can be able to reach the remotest village in DRC. But it is not by by chance that we have such a problem in DRC. When you look at earlier democracies or maybe earlier republics, you realize that some of the things that even philosophers like Plato talked about were like, if we have a country as big as the DRC, then we need to subdivide it in units that actually will be headed by different authorities, so that at the end of it all, we have some kind of rearrangement that does not move away the people from the center of power. Today, we have places in DRC where they do not feel the presence of government. And they say that power abhors vacuum. And therefore, when we have this vacuum, It is what breeds these several rebel groups that operate within DRC. And also alike, this is the kind of vacuum that actually enables the people who are actually stealing the resources and emboldens them to actually operate in this kind of impunity, because we have no authority, we have no any kind of structured leadership in most parts of the eastern DRC, and therefore people can actually get in there and with wanton, impunity, be able to mine resources and be able to exchange it for firearms and bring insecurity in the to destabilize the eastern part of DRC. Also, just to go back, Dr. Matsanga, to what my colleague, my friend from Nigeria, has spoken about, the issue about DRC is majorly about these resources and the Western powers which want to benefit from them. As we speak, Dr. Matsanga, from our foreign desk, we have information that even as the situation deteriorates in the eastern DRC, we had the president of DRC, Felix Tshisekedi, meeting with the leadership in Qatar, and the deal was all about arms. That one we are very, very much aware, because we have reports already showing that Kinshasa and Abu Dhabi have been meeting secretly, and actually they are finalizing in an unprecedented deal that will actually include a major mining project and also may have a military component. Those are the reports that we are having from DRC, Dr. Masanga. That really means that at the back of all these scales that we are seeing in DRC, we have powers that actually are more interested in the resources in DRC than the peace and the stability of the DRC. And therefore, that actually makes it more competitive to other groups, like even the Wagner group from Russia. We've seen mercenaries from the US. We've seen France also bringing its men there to be able to influence the power in the eastern DRC, so that they can be able to also have a share of these resources. So therefore, Dr. Masanga, as I even come to the tail end of my of my opinion, Dr. Masanga, I believe that the problem in DRC is a problem that originates from the curse of the resources. Today, if we were to take away cobalt from Congo, if we were to take away gold from Congo, if we were to take away the rest of the minerals, the wood that is in the tropical forests of Congo, away from the Congolese territory, we wouldn't be having these countries bringing their mercenaries. We wouldn't be having rebels fighting in DRC. We wouldn't be having Western powers trying to woo President Tshisekedi and the powers that be in their side. And therefore, it is all about resources, but above all, also the individual interests of the leadership in DRC. Why was the East African Regional Force unable to combat and the M23 and be able to bring in peace and stability? It is all because of competing interests, Dr. Masanga, because I believe all these people, you go there, you have a vision on how to be able to expedite the operation, but we have people who have interest in certain regions. You are told not to go in a certain regions. You are told to use diplomacy in a certain region. You are told, you should not do this here and there. And it is because everyone in DRC is there fighting for their own interest, and they leave the people of Congo to struggle and be able to fend for themselves, to be able to find security for themselves. And that is why this conflict has been ongoing over and over again. Every rebel leader has his own territory, and therefore the government of the day cannot be able to fully be able to eradicate these rebel groups. You realize that even the army, the Congolese army itself, it is actually infested with self-interest, in that the soldiers can actually be able to trade their weapons. They can be able to share intelligence with the rebels, so that they are able to gain some financial, they can be able to have some financial gain from the rebels. What does that mean? It means that they have left the country to profiteers in a way that the rebels are more enriched with money and resources more than the military of the DRC, And therefore, the DRC military has actually to depend at times on the rebels. And therefore, it weakens the military, it brings indiscipline in the military, and that is the kind of rot that goes all the way to the ranks in Kinshasa, in the administration in Kinshasa. And therefore, Dr. Matsanga, for Congo to be able to reach at a point where we shall say that now we are walking towards the journey, or maybe we have reached a level where we can be able to talk about now peace and stability and silencing of guns in Congo. First of all, we need all these foreign powers that have made Congo their playing ground out of the DRC. Secondly, we need leadership structures from Kinshasa that will be able to rearrange Congo and make sure that authority flows through every region of Congo, all the way from Kinshasa to the remotest village in Congo. And number three, Dr. Matsanga, we have to restructure the army of the DRC so that we are able to bring in discipline, we are able to eradicate corruption in Congo. We've seen how much damage corruption has done to the army in Mali. We've seen what damage corruption has done in the Mauritanian army. And therefore, when you look at M23 vis-a-vis the DRC army, you realize that even the rebels in M23 are more disciplined than the army of DRC. And this is simply because we have a leadership crisis in DRC as a country. So therefore, we need to sort the structures of leadership in DRC so that we are able to eliminate corruption both in the system and in the military. And lastly, Dr. Matsanga David, we need to be serious and intentional about the peace in DRC. It is not just by lip service, but we should see actions when we actually talk about peace, because we've been seeing this charade where leaders come into press conferences, they talk about peace, they go all out telling the world that they're going to be brokering peace soon between the rebel groups and the military and the government of the day. But when push comes to shove, Dr. Matsanga, we see again the personal interest overtaking the interest of the Congolese people. And soon, before you know it, we are again into chaos. And I believe that is what led to the resignation of Major Nyaga from Kenya. And even this new general that is coming in from Kenya, I'm not quite optimistic that if we still have the same challenges that we had then, that we are going to be able to achieve peace. And just like the Pope Francis told the Congolese people, peace for Congo will not come from the sky. Peace has to come from amongst them. And for the peace to come from amongst them, then we have to sort all these structural and systematic impediments that we are having currently. Otherwise, Dr. Matsanga, as an investigative journalist, I will confirm without any shadow of doubt that a lot of intelligence information that we get from the DRC is something that can actually make you shed tears, because the people of the Congo seem to be on their own. The leaders only think about enriching themselves. The rebels think about enriching themselves, and the people have no defender. Neither do they have a government of the day, because the government is busy brokering deals about the minerals. The rebels are busy defending their territories for the sake of the minerals, and the people become the sole target of this fight between the rebels and the government of the day. Therefore, Dr. Matsanga, as I lay the mic, I believe the problem of Congo is within the reach of the people of Congo, their government, the rebels, minus these foreign powers that pretend to be helping in solving the problems, whereas they are the same people who supply guns and other ammunition to the Congo region, and therefore escalating the conflict. I submit.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sean Wesonga, an investigative journalist, my student in political science and international security. I think I can be proud by saying I've taught you very well. And when you sit for your exams, remember me. in the future that I did a great job. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We shall move like that. But Wesonga has brought out quite a lot of issues. Do we balkanize Congo in order to get security? Do we balkanize it in order to get peace? It looks like a peace is very elusive. In Europe, Yugoslavia was a problem. Everything wrong, drugs, what was coming from Central Europe, communist state of Yugoslavia. But when the war broke out, we had several countries that were born out of Yugoslavia: Croatia, Bosnia, Albania, Macedonia. All these countries today are peaceful. Are we looking at that scenario that Congo is in the middle of Africa and yet it's not stable? Is it affecting most of our countries? Who is destabilizing Congo? Why are the leaders, when they call for a meeting, one is not present? If one is present, the other one has gone out. So there is some game being played. Mr. Adamus Adabu, it was your turn. Then I come to Mr. Mwalimu. Then I come to Mr. Manzi. Then I come to Mr. Lukwago. In that order, my sister co-host. In that order, mark them. Adams, Mwalimu, Manzi Wile, and then Lukwago. Thank you very much. Mr. Adam, you said you had a question to ask. Go ahead.
Thank you, and, Dr. Thank you for everything. We appreciate your work that you've been doing for more than 30 years now on that field. And we also appreciate that you've been fighting for so long to have Africa united as a matter of fact. And so we appreciate what you. The question here is how can peace be achieved in the DRC? I heard the previous speaker talk about the size of the country. And you just here mentioned suggested that maybe to achieve peace, DRC. Yes, hello? Can you hear me?
We hear you, yeah. Harun. Yes, I hear you. I'm hearing you.
Okay, thank you.
Come near your microphone. Come near your phone.
Okay.
Okay, so David, is somebody talking?
Yes.
So I was saying here,
Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Matsanga. So I was saying here that we mentioned the size of the country. At this stage here, the size of the country does not really matter because DRC has the same size ever since. And at some point, it was a very stable country. I like what you mentioned earlier when you said that the non-neighboring countries of DRC, do they really want to achieve peace? This is a very good question. Do the neighbor of DRC really want peace in the region? If yes, they have to commit a little bit more. And to that point, I think how we can achieve peace, it's all about accountability and trust in the region. For accountability, at some point, we need, before we even get reconciliation, we need to have some justice served. The DRC, as you know, has been the victim of invasion so many times by its neighbors. And so far, no justice has been brought. We all know the responsible people, and no justice has been brought. So we need to achieve peace through accountability and justice, then reconciliation that will bring trust in the region. This is very important. And we all understand the roots of the conflict. It's an economic war. It's all about the mineral resources of DRC. But who profits from that exploitation? Not the Congolese people. not the DRC itself, but as someone mentioned earlier, the Western powers profits from the exportation, but also some of the neighbors. So as you said, Dr. Matsanga, we have to be very honest and sincere about our desire to achieve peace. And we can achieve that peace only if we are sincere in the region. We can have all the forces from the EAC, from the SADC, coming in DRC to help and support. But if there is no sincerity and willingness to stop the conflict, as you said, Dr. Masanga, nothing will be achieved. I heard someone here talking about leadership crisis in the DRC. We have to admit that on that front, a lot has been achieved and a lot is being achieved in the DRC when it comes to the leadership stabilization. We are one of the few countries in the region in which we hold elections every 5 years. That's not always free election, as we can say. That's not always the case in the rest of the region. It's not the case in neighboring countries of the DRC. It is not. In DRC, we have seen for the past 4 years a pacific alternative and passation of power, which has been never done in neighboring countries. So when it comes to leadership crisis, of course, there's a crisis because the DRC has been, unstable because we have been destabilized by some of the neighbors. And if we do not pinpoint the names and the responsible people of that, nothing will be achieved. We here talking about, we here talking about the M23 like it's a Congolese issue. We know that the M23 is being financed, armed by neighboring countries. Why we don't mention that? Why we don't advocate against that? This is not an internal situation for Congolese only. We have people arming, defending, protecting, harboring rebels. And if you pay attention here, and I would like to say what you said before, talking about the FDLR, and you mentioned there is a ping-pong game between Rwanda and DRC. Rwanda stating that the Congo has been harboring FDLR, and DRC, of course, reject that statement. But the vast majority, Dr. Matsanga, of victims and casualties in the region are Congolese. I never heard about millions of Ugandans, Rwandans being displaced in their own country. The most majorities in this conflict are Congolese. And when was the last time that the FDLR did attack Rwanda? When was the last time we deployed, a massive attack from FDLR coming from Congo and tried to destabilize Rwanda? It never happened, or it's been a long, long, long time. But now, we know the fact. We should not ignore the fact. If we want peace, let's start by accountability first. Who is responsible of what? That's the first question. Once we get that response, then we go to justice, then reconciliation. And reconciliation will bring trust in the region. And I would like to go back to your first question, Dr. Matsanga. Do the non-countries, the non-neighboring countries of DRC really want peace in the region? And you mentioned the case of Ethiopia. They did want peace, and they agreed to have peace to stop the conflict. Is it the case in the Great Lake region? Everybody in the region want the peace in DRC? Everybody in the region want a strong DRC? Everybody in the region want the DRC to be self-sustainable and stable so it can profit to the entire region? I don't think that's the case. So since we know that, I think one of the things that the DRC should be doing is to strengthen themselves. Go ahead and reform the army, go ahead, reform the institution, and become a little bit stronger so it can defend itself.
Mr. Adams.
Yes. Yes, Dr. Masanga.
You did not introduce yourself. Where are you from?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Dr. Masanga. So sorry. I'm calling from the United States, Dr. Masanga. I am. I am a Congolese.
An African from where?
I am a Congolese calling from the U.S.
Thank you.
I am a fellow researcher at the African Security Network sector, And I do a PhD right now in national security. And one of my theses will be working about the case of DRC in the Great Lake region. Sorry about that, Dr. Masanga.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There's one question I wanted to ask you.
I'm sorry, Dr.
And,
David Matsanga. Before you
Yes?
continue, your voice is echoing.
There is somebody who has got a phone which is echoing.
It's yours. I don't know if you've got background noise on.
Are you now? Do I have a background noise now?
Yeah, I think Adam.
Adam, can you switch off your phone? Maybe mute your phone.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mas. Let me do it now.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Dylan, where have you disappeared again? Okay. Thank you very much. You have raised a number of questions, and you have issues that need interrogation, and a very serious interrogation. And for me, you touched about the size. Brother, you are from Congo. The truth is that there are some people in Congo who don't know that Mabutu died a long time ago. Let's agree on that. And the leadership has been saying the same and telling us the same all the time, that there are people, some people didn't even vote in the last election. You have also raised very good points. Some of the countries antagonizing you have not changed the leadership for almost 40 years. That's true. Like my country, Uganda, it hasn't changed the leadership for more than 40 years, or it's coming to 38 years. Kagame across has never changed the leadership. But Congo has been having elections. So what is it that has failed Congo to unite? That's that. Why is this country not united? It holds the elections. So we are now trying to find out factors. What is making things? What has made things very difficult? That is, I will come back to you. Let's hold the fire there. The suggestions are very good. You have laid your case very nicely. It is some of your neighbors, all the 9 countries that surround Congo. Please, gentlemen, go back and research. There are some countries that are very poor, like a church mouse, but they survive on this country. Among these 9 countries, all of them, if you say Zambia is not involved in Congo, but the gold is sold, how do you explain Zambia? You find gold being shipped out of Zambia in planes. Where does it come from? Where does it come from? We should widen the scope of pointing fingers to 9 countries. All of them are benefiting from Congo, from Central Africa Republic, from Congo Brazzaville, from South Sudan, from Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Malawi, Tanzania, Zambia, my country, Angola, all the other side, all these countries, there's something that is wrong. So when one leader who is going to be pointed out appears for a summit, the other one doesn't come. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that? I've been watching the pattern. One leader, if they know there is a very hot soup going to burn them, one of them, either both of them don't appear, or 2 or 3 don't appear. So they make it very difficult. I don't know whether peace will be achieved in that region, ladies and gentlemen. But let's pray to God. Africa, Madam, you can take over and follow the who was going to speak next, Manzi, and then you can invite them to speak like that in the queue. I am on watching for you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. David Matsanga. I think before Manzi, we had Malimo. Malimo, are you ready to speak?
I am ready indeed. Thank you so much, Madam. Thank you so much, Doctor. It's always a pleasure to be.
Sorry, Malimo. Do you mind just speaking closer to your microphone?
Okay, is this better? Is this better this way? Can you hear me now?
If you guys can hear him, do you guys mind putting your hands up? Thank you so much, Liz.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Your echo is coming out.
Really? Actually, I don't know why, because maybe it's a network problem. I don't have any device. I'm speaking directly.
No, now you can speak.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I am going to go straight to answer to the question put ahead of us here, in front of us, sorry. Can peace be achieved in DRC? I'll say yes. Yes, because everywhere there is war, there is a possibility of having peace. Everywhere there's a conflict, there is a possibility of reconciliation. However, some conditions have to be met in order for that peace not only to be possible, but also to be kept. Now, do those conditions are met in Congo today? I'll say the first condition is willingness. Both the parties, or maybe in this case in Congo, it's not only both, there is a few parties involved, they have first to be willing. And before have that willingness, they must first have in their mind, in their understanding, that actually peace is more beneficiary to both them and also the population. However, the question we have here in Congo is like those who are involved are actually gaining from this conflict. I'll explain myself. The situation the way it is today in Congo, where I spent 2 months, by the way, introducing myself, I am from Canada. I've been living in Canada for so many years. I lived in the United States, I lived in Spain, I lived in Italy. I've gone around a little bit. And now I went, because I started the company, Congo. I am from Congo. Now, if you look at this situation, none of the people involved right now, unfortunately, sees any benefits in peace, and I will explain why. It's all about dollars and cents, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about money. The same way King Leopold II took advantage of Congo, committing the genocide that has never been recognized, just to exploit Congo. It is the same way that Congolese themselves, they grab power and they continue that same problem. Now, if you have a president who's receiving...
So, Mwalimu,
listen.
Let me bring you up to date. Your point is the problem is the money, the minerals.
Yes, indeed.
Is that the point you are making?
And a little bit more than that. Yes. Because
we are also looking for solutions.
I'm coming, Doctor. I am coming.
There's a lot of Dr. Masanga, there's a lot of echo. We can't hear, please.
Let me one of my co-hosts is Radio Punchline. Your machine is on.
No. Dr. Masanga, when you are talking, let's have Mwalimu mute. It will ease that problem. unless you drop Mwalimu.
Mwalimu, can you mute?
It's muted now. You can make your presentation. It will be easier that way. Mwalimu, you mute will be fine.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that is good. That's true. Oh, thank you very much, Pastor. You know, pastors come with solutions from heaven. So these are good things. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mwalimu, you have made your point very clear. You are Congolese. You have seen it is money. It is the question of money. Anywhere you go in Congo, you smell money. So in such a situation, if people are not willing, peace might not come. And therefore, they are more interested in making more money. Because if you make it peaceful, then there will be no money made. Do you agree with me?
I do agree with you 100%. However, when we speak about money, people will think about mineral and the richness of Congo. There is another aspect that we may forget in the meantime. When there's a war, those generals who are, let's say, at the front line, okay, they encourage war because then there's millions, if not billions of dollars that come to them. They don't have any interest in seeing it cease. So that's why sometimes they will actually fuel it by creating some situations that will fuel. If you see today what we saw, those cows being slaughtered for no reason, you will ask yourself why. Because they know if they do slaughter those cows, somebody will be hurt and will want also to retaliate and perpetrate this war. So let's consider money, but we shouldn't think only money by thinking about the minerals that are going out. We should think also how the war is being financed. And Doctor, I was affiliated with the United Nations a few years ago. And among the people I was going out with, and I want to say the United Nations, I'm talking about the MONUSCO mission. One part of it was in Uganda, because that's where all the project management was actually being handled in Entebbe. And I was there. So among the people, the UN people that were working there, some of them were my friend. We used to go out in Kabaragara, we'll go around, they wanted to party and have good time, fine. One day, one of them asked me a question. This guy's from Europe. He was so worried because Kabila was threatening to terminate the mission. This man was so worried that it actually worried me. I'm like, how can you be worried? Because he will lose his job. So you'll be surprised how people want to perpetrate this war. Forget about the minerals. They want to perpetrate this war for their own benefit. You ask me about solution. If you give me just 1 minute, I'll give you my solution. Although I doubt we're going to see peace in Congo. Jesus might come before we see it if things continues like this. I'm a bit pessimistic because I just came from there. The conflict between tribes, this is like a monnaie courante, as we say in French. It's there. There is even today you hear there's some conflict here and there. However, when it comes to the Tutsi people, it has been aggravated by another belligerent, or can say another stakeholder, and people tend to forget him. We accept also that the West, they love this war, Doctor. Why? Because the minerals they take from Congo, they buy it for cheap. If this country gets organized, Dr. Matanga, and if this country gets united with Eastern Africa, Uganda, Kenya, and South Africa, if they unite, the price of minerals will go up. They want to get something cheap, okay, over our back. Now, the other player, which is a major player, is the FDLR. The FDLR, they don't want to go home. Because believe me, if you live in the area they are living, if you you see the deals they are making, they don't want to go home. Who will want to go to Rwanda with everything they have in that area, the Masisi region and all those places? No one. They should lie to anyone. However, they will keep on poking Kagame. That's all they want to do. Because obviously, you understand, it is their conflict that it's now being brought over to Congo. And some of our brothers are using this in order to perpetrate the war, either for their own benefit or sometimes for ignorance. But the problem lies there. Now, is M23 a problem? Of course, whenever somebody takes arms, it's not good. Are they justified? Well, that's what we should ask and should know if it is. Now, those are challenges. Okay. Now, what are and obstacles? What are the solutions? The solutions have been spoken here before. Dr. Matsanga, you've told us so many times. If only we could have listened to you. Or also the person you called your student a few minutes ago, I didn't write down his name. He said it all. The solution is Congo have to be organized. Congo, we need leadership here. Leadership that are willing, able, and capable. When I say able, also, I can distinguish philosophical, able, and capable. When I say capability, I'm talking about readiness academically and professionally. When I'm saying able, meaning given all the tools by the other party, that is the West, to really give them support so that they can do what? They can work together. The second thing, Doctor, is the commission that Mandela showed us, Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The Congolese people are broken. The Congolese people are confused. They need somebody like maybe that philosophy of Mandela, where you can forgive. If Mandela could forgive the people who put him in jail and persecute them all these years for the sake of peace, Congo needs a truth and reconciliation. Congo needs to revise their history. They have to admit that Congo is so rich that it's actually also rich in tribes and people. It's the only country that has the Twa, the Bantu, the Sudanese, and the Nilotics. And each and every one of those groups, they are good in their own way. If they let those Nilotics that used to live in Congo for so many years, and their good thing was they knew how to take care of the cattle, they knew how to take care of land, they knew the Congo was, milk used to come from Masisi to go to Rwanda. Cheese used to come from Masisi to go to Switzerland. Cows, meat used to come from Kinshasa and feed from Goma and feed the whole Kinshasa. But when all the brothers Tutsis left, they went to Rwanda. From Rwanda, milk used to come to feed Goma. Meat used to come to feed actually Kinshasa. Would you imagine that by airplane? So I said, if they let these people stay there, we can see peace, but they have to see the benefit of each and every group, because God put them there for one reason. The population of DRC, it's 95 million, and they are all laid on a 2,345,000 square meters. The space is huge. The place is there. The UK, that is only 69 million, with only 243 kilometers, are still receiving work abroad who can come and help the economy. Congo needs people. The only people that should go home is the FDLR. Now, will they go home? That's a question I'm telling you, Doctor. They are not willing, because the door is open over there. And, you know, if somebody says, I want to come home, you open the door, they don't come in, and they find something to blame you, to not go back home. The next thing is let them go back by force. Congolese people need peace. I yield my mic, and I say thank you so much. I'll be around following the rest of you. Thank you.
Co-host.
Yes, Dr. David, I'm here. Is there anything that you'd...
Ahead. Yeah, go ahead. It's your role. Me, I'm quiet. I'm timekeeping. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. David. Malemo, you have definitely stated some facts that some of us were unaware of. And just to repeat for those that have just joined us, this is a learning space and we all are here to learn. And Malemo, we are grateful that you have shared firsthand experiences. Just to, based on what you said, would you then agree that this could potentially be a proxy war, or would you not state it as a proxy war?
It's very hard to call it a proxy war because the proxyism is in there, and a little bit of tribalism is in there, and then there is economic situation where people, it's like gangs. You see, it's like, let's say you know what happened in Italy between the mafia and the government. And sometimes the government was the mafia. So when things are like this, it's a big
Mwalimu,
yes.
Mwalimu, let me help you.
Thank you.
Switch off, mute. Africa, you have asked a tough question. It is a cocktail. Is a cocktail of a proxy war. Everybody, you are drinking a cocktail in Congo. You know, when you go to the club and ask for cocktail, that is DRC Congo. There are so many people there. There are airports without Google. You can't Google the airport where you are landing. This is a cocktail of activities, a cocktail of mafia, terrorists. It is a place where it is like hell. I don't know whether a pastor will tell us what hell looks like, but this is very, very bad place. Thank you very much. I think
Dr.
that was
Masinga, can I say something? Can I say something, Bill?
Who is that?
Haruna.
Arun, we
Yes,
give you just 1 minute.
Yes, 1 minute, Doctor. Doctor, I want us to understand this war is quite a proxy war. A proxy war with the geopolitical emergence of Africa now coming up. Geopolitical war with the BRIC structure coming up. Geopolitical war by proxy, and it's a proxy war, quite okay. We have to understand what have the United Nations done to Africa. Look at when Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia were having problem. Look at what the ECOWAS did to liberate the country from these countries from the wars that they were enmeshed in during that time. Why can't the East African bloc do it? Because we continue relying on this Western world, UN. What have UN done to Africa? What have they done to improve the life of Africans? They channel loans to us through the Brentwood institution to continue to tie us down. We must look for the solution inwards, not outwards. Nobody will come. All these minerals that were being privileged from Congo, where do they end up in? All the airports that you say now that you couldn't Google it, the planes that land, where do they take? Where do they land?
You need to touch down soon. You need to land.
They give weapons to the government and to the rebels. Let me yield.
Thank you, Haruna. We will definitely get back to you. It's definitely something that can be debated. However, this is a fair platform, and we're all about equality here. But with all due respect, Haruna, Manzi was after Malimo. Manzi, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here, and I really have been waiting because I have to drive somewhere, but I know there will be a lot of noise, so I wanted to speak quickly so I can leave. I mean, I can wait, listen, but after I finish.
Okay, would you like to go ahead? Are you able to introduce yourself and contribute?
Yeah, I can go ahead.
Do you mind introducing yourself to all of us?
Yes. I am Manzi, as you see, Willing Arambe. I am Congolese as well. I'm a refugee since 1994 from Eastern DRC. And I am a victim, and I have been following what is happening in DRC from my own experience. So I'm glad I have been speaking with Dr. Matsanga. I texted him in DM. I wanted to speak to him personally, so we can be able to actually have a one-on-one discussion, because it is so painful to see someone saying they're doing a PhD on peace and security, but they have everything almost wrong about their own country. When you when you want to solve an issue in your country, you don't paint just white. Just if you want to solve the issue, you want to go to the root of the cause. I am so surprised to see that everyone is starting from M23, not going back to even before the Congo have gotten independence. How our people have been mistreated. When I say our people, I'm speaking of the part of Eastern DRC, which was some of the evidence was released by the UN, by the U.S. Diplomats from stories from 1965. This is after a little bit after independence of our country. So let me go to the root before I speak about if the peace is possible or not. In Eastern DRC, after the people independence, you know that the president was Kasavubu, but a little bit after, Lumumba was killed. After Lumumba was killed, from that time until today, those who say the Congo there is election, I am sorry to say you have read the history wrong. There was never election in Congo because Mobutu was appointed, and every time he was elected, he was just forced it. And you know Africa, Dr. Masanga, you talked about your country. I don't want to enter into the politics of your country, but you know what kind of election we are talking about here. Now, we go to Mobutu was replaced by Kabila, who was put in place by the regional leader. I will say the world who wanted him there. He was replaced by his son, and his son was replaced by this guy who stolen the election. Fayulu, I don't like Fayulu, but Fayulu won election. Fayulu is listen, I don't like Fayulu at all. His ideology is genocidal ideology.
Just, my brother Manzi, there's a lot of noise in your background. You are making very good points. And there is, and let me mute and I try to correct the version here.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say,
I did not say that the elections in Congo were free and fair. I said, mute, then you can listen to this. I said, at least in Congo, you have changed the leadership. Yes, you might appoint them, you might pick them, but you have changed the leadership. But for me in my country, it is one leader for 38 years. In Rwanda, the leader has been there for more than 5 years. That is what I meant. I didn't say the elections of Congo are free and fair. Please don't get me wrong. It is the Congolese man here himself, Mr. Who is this Congolese guy? There is Mr. someone from Congo who said, the gentleman from Congo who said he lives in the US, and he's the one who said we have had the election, not me. So please don't tear one of my master's degree for
no.
No,
I didn't say you. Actually,
proceed.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Matsanga. So I want to say, then we had a conflict since 1965, where we got to a point where we have to fight in 1965. There was also an issue of the Banyarwanda population, which the region that we were born, we were not transferred there. This is the effect of 1895 division of Africa, where we remained on the side of Congo. There is other people who are like a piece of land that were like Angola Kingdom that extended in DRC, same as Congo Brazzaville, same as Sudan, same as Cameroon, same as all 9 countries that are bordering Congo. But the issue here wasn't that this was a problem. To me, it should be a strength because this is a diversity. But the problem was, the more, if you look into the real issue, was because the people of Tutsi by tribe acquiring wealth in the Eastern DRC, and then the Nande tribe started calling them the refugee from Rwanda. The issue started there. Of course, there was also an influence of Belgium colonization of the region. But this, I will not now jump to my own experience. This is when the genocide happened in Rwanda, and the refugees, Mobutu, opened the border to everybody to come with their weapon. Normally, when a refugee come in your country, it doesn't matter. Everybody is allowed to free, but they're supposed to lay their weapon down. But this wasn't the case because France was behind, trying to get the German regime come back to Kigali. When that happened, they put them on the border. I want to tell you that there is a lot of victims because the genocide continued in Congo by that time. Our cows were killed. We were killed. My young brother to my dad was killed in 1994 by the Rwandese army soldiers in Congo that were supported by Mobutu. The way he was killed, they butchered him, they make him eat his own flesh until he died. My dad was captured and put in a house of arrest. I was arrested at 8 years old. Myself and my mother. That is the last time I saw my father. We were taken out. When you look the speech of Ndombasi, who was a minister, giving the Tutsi people 24 hours to leave the Congo. When you see the Honoré Ngwanda's speech, who was the Minister of Defense of Mobutu, when you see those who are praising the current regime, go and see all those with Aquila. Go and see the Minister of Higher Education. I forgot his name. See their speech, denying our existence. We have been in a refugee camp since 1994. So when you talk about proxy war, and you deny that Congolese government has put all the militia that has been killing Congolese, including FDLR, in one name called Wazalendo, and they have been fighting along the government, when did that the scene correct another scene? Now, when we go to the current issue that is happening in Eastern DRC, people denying the FDLR influence. The reports coming from the UN, though I call the UN peace mission that it's if there is 130 armed group, there are 131 because they are one of the armed group in DRC. These people has been getting a weapon from Congolese government themselves. When they put arms embargo on Congo, it is because every armed group has been accessing the weapon because the military do not get paid, and because they don't get paid, they sell arms as a source of income. So this is the issue that the regime plays in a issue of DRC. So I will finish my point by saying, when you have, let's say, milk, you put it somewhere for a while. Yes, I'm about to finish. It gets coagulated. It becomes yogurt or becomes something else. This is an internal issue. When you put something that will keep spinning in the milk, it will never coagulate because there is something keeps spinning in the milk. So I will finish my point by saying, Matanga, the issue is the internal more than it is external. I don't support conflict, but listen, if you go and see how many properties of Tutsis that has been destroyed since 1994, when you see how many people we have lost without justice from the government, there's nothing that can solve the issue except national dialogue, where the community can be put together, because the neighbors have no obligation to run you security, but you have to make your people stronger to guard their borders. And if the people are together, nothing can destroy them. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me move fast. We are running out of time. We have very little time. We have like 1 hour to finish. Therefore, we shall be quick. When you are given a platform, my brother, you came late. I had already explained most of those things about the war 1994, FDR. You came late. But anyhow, thank you for adding on what we had said much earlier. But we are with you. We are not biased. We are not here attacking M23. Some of the commanders of M23, I know them. They are here. I've seen them. I cannot attack anybody. We are looking for peace. Therefore, we are here not pointing fingers at anyone. We just want to find a best way. People are not honest. Even the commanders themselves are not honest. Even Chisekedi is not honest. He himself is not honest. You are now telling me something new, that there is a group called Muzalendo, which has united with the Congolese army fighting alongside. So how can the war end? How can mediators? We are trying to help mediators. We are trying to help Uhuru Kenyatta to mediate the conflict. But we are finding difficulties in mediating the conflict because we are just issuing statements. We are trying to restrain this. That is not the language for finishing the war. Lukwago, you have waited for long. Then pastor, that's Lukwago, pastor. I now Lukwago, pastor. My friend here, Simon RM, no Umu, and ST, Mr. ST. Those are the next speakers. Lukwago, pastor, Simons, Umu, and ST. Please, then I come to another group of cloud, DFD, DVT, and L. We shall go in that order. Now, let's have Lukwago, my friend from the capital city of Kampala, Uganda.
Thank you.
How is Kampala, by the way, Lukwago? It's a sad day, a sad weekend.
Sad week, Doctor, indeed. Politics of assassination has taken over Kampala. But I pray it stops. Okay? The barrel of the gun must stop. Mr. Museveni told our parents that his capture of power was not a mere change of guards, but a fundamental change in the politics of our country. But the barrel of the gun is the order of the day. Political assassinations best characterize our country. So that must stop. Let us allow a free space. Freedom of speech must prevail. Okay? So, Doctor, these days, I love you so much. I don't know how I can express it when it comes to Africa.
Mr. Lukwago, you like me. Please. Please.
I like the way.
Pastor, can you protect me here and the D1? They're on Africa. You like me. You don't love me. My friend, my children are listening to this. I have children and 11 grandchildren. You love me.
I like
you say
the
you
way.
Love me. You like me so
way.
much. Yes.
Yes.
Be an African. Don't say you love me. You love me.
You know,
what?
Some religions preach to love one another. Love your neighbor as you love yourself.
On me. Hey, you like me so
Doctor,
much. You know,
since Kennedy's space, I liked the way you defend Africa. Okay? That is the spirit we want. So, when it comes to the Congolese crisis, I may not buy the notion that it is internal. No way. Okay? You've talked of the militias like Wazalendo. Those come in when the head of state no longer trusts the army. Okay? Under what circumstances United Nations Security Council imposed armed embargoes on DRC's army? to the extent that a rebel group, M23, has good quality weapons compared to that of Congolese army. Okay? For one to claim that that crisis is internal. Now, try to read your history. My brother Mans, straight from 1960s, where Patrice Lumumba was killed, when the Soviet Union expressed its willingness to help him come up with a capable standby army for DRC. Who killed him? Somebody told me it was CIA. Where is CIA from? That's when Congolese actually, that's part of where the Congolese problem emanated from, where it traces its origin from. Global powers fighting for Congolese minerals. So it's more international and regional. And to make it worse, those international key players having leverage over these regional states, per se Uganda and Rwanda. Okay? Do you know the circumstances under which Mobutu was removed out of power? Because they accused him of obnobbing with Habyarimana. And those who removed him out of power claimed that he was supporting those, the ones you call FDR rebels. Okay? They brought in Laurent Kabila. Kabila realized that these two were a problem. Then he called SADC, Zimbabwe, and the other countries to help him sort out Mr. Paul Kagame and Mr. Museveni. But their invasion of DRC was backed up by European Union. European Union. Okay? They could invade DRC whenever they felt like, or whenever they could be called upon. Rwanda and Uganda. Now we have a rebel outfit with good quality weapons. And many are choosing it of being at the services of two regional states and the international key players. That is M23. Where are you getting those good quality weapons from? Provided the crisis is not being fueled by international key players who are after getting Congolese minerals. A case in study, when I talk about regional states, okay, my country, its head has a company called Dot Services. Yeah? It has mining contracts in that province, Mainema. Yeah? There is a company called Sakima. That company, that Dot has 40% shares within it, and the DRC government has 60% shares. Okay? The same company has contracts to construct Ruthuru-Bunagana road. And you happen to realize that the day it deployed its soldiers within such areas is when M23 vacated such areas. But M23 has a spokesperson called Mr. William Ngoma, who bragged around of how they spent 5 years training themselves within Bihanga military training camp in Isingiro district. And someone will come here and tell people that it is more than internal. No, 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 no. Okay? Let people sit down. Those from the international key players and those at the regional level should sit down. Stop thriving on people's blood simply because you are interested in diamond, carlton, gold, what and what. Stop coming up with this money ethnic cleansing. Now the person who has been praying, coming up with such a cards, he like dropped them to the Berlin conference. is now choosing the Berlin Conference. eh? So many maps, the maps. One president, he dropped the Feniki cards. Now he's fronting. The problem comes from the Berlin Conference that took part of Rwanda's land to Congo. For how long will you come up with excuses? Yet you are being used by USA and the United Kingdom to cause mayhem in DRC for as long as you foster their interests within this region. Okay? They are on many occasions, they have protected you. Who he kills most wins the war. Okay? How did you win that genocide? How did you become up a president? You were in Uganda, where you mobilized your groups, you went, you unseated a president, Mr. Abiyarimana. But whenever they try to hold you accountable for that genocide, US is always ready to protect you. And that Congolese question actually emanates from Uganda. Dr. Obote, it created problems for him. King Mutesa, when he actually opposed, Kabaka Mutesa, when he opposed UK's plans to have a federated East Africa, when he cited the land tenure system, that's when they lost confidence in the Baganda presidents. They choose to impose those who would conform to their interests. That's why they are at all cost, okay, imposing such a presidents, Rwanda and Uganda, because they are their puppets. So, let us be sincere. US and UK, you stop imposing leaders to Ugandans and Rwandans. Okay? Now, under what circumstances did you lift that the embargoes you had imposed on DRC? The international community has invested a lot in DRC, but they are not allowing it to have a capable standing army. Why? Because a capable standing army in DRC will flush out those international key players. So they happen to have an army with corrupt generals, with fake corrupt leaders, those governors. So the problem is from those global powers, the international key players who have leverage on these regional players. That's when the Congolese crisis will stop. Stop citing.
Okay, my brother Lukwako, you have hammered your points safe home. I believe there will be people here who will challenge you. And
on a serious note, we will give us enough time.
No, I will give you time, boss. Don't worry. There is much time here today, and we shall go by order. So other Ugandans or anybody, any African, anybody in the diaspora, you are allowed to speak, because Congo is not for one person. Uganda is not for one person. Sudan is not for one person. It's for all of us. What affects an African country, all of us are affected. So don't keep quiet and then create conflict. When you speak, conflict goes away. If you don't speak like Lukwago is speaking his mind, conflict will not go away. He's speaking his mind, and he has got his views that it is the Americans who have kept leadership of certain people in Africa. And indeed, you can go to do comparative politics. In Sudan, they are the same. Why Sudan is tearing apart? It's them. They put sanctions on this country. They brought it down. They left it burning. Now they can't even help. They can't help. There's not a single plane that has landed in Khartoum But if this problem was in one of the European countries, the Americans would have tried very much to land there. But they have forgotten all about us, and they have left Sudan to tear itself to pieces. Balkanization of Sudan is going to begin. Daglo will take one part, and Burhan will take the other part. So we have lost Sudan, a very rich country. We must stop this and speak out. And Lukwago, thank you for speaking out. Because some of these leaders, when they go to these conferences, they don't tell us what they do. They don't. You give arms to the rebels, then you come to the same table. Chisekedi, you arm some people. FDR and something in Tarahamwe, they are there. You have armed them. You don't tell the people, the mediator, that I have armed them. So we can't finish the problem. Today we are talking like a men here and the women. We are concerned as Africans. So don't kill us. We are only concerned and trying out of this, those who listen can pick up points. What is the UN army for 18 years? It has not even liberated a toilet. It has not liberated one single latrine or toilet where they can go and have their Garcia Uko inside there without a bullet coming through the toilet. Shut up. Shut up. No, I'm very disturbed about this. A whole UN MONUSCO has been there for 18 years and they haven't liberated one single village. What type of life is this, Jamen? What type of life is this? Thank you. Africa. Pastor, you are the one coming next. Let the lady welcome you to the platform.
Yes, Pastor, I know you've been waiting for quite some time. Do you
That's
mind
fine.
introducing yourself to everyone, where you're from, and then you may go ahead.
I sure will, and let me know if you. Yeah, I hope you can hear me. I appreciate all of you. Again, I just want to introduce myself in the easiest way that most of you can know me. I'm very strong follower of Dr. Matsanga. I call myself a student of Dr. Matsanga long before we even connected in the Twitter spaces, because I have many notes I wrote of his submissions and the work that he has done. So every time I come in, I just have to make sure that it's clear that even without him knowing who I was before then, I was a follower of his submissions and appreciate the work he has done. And I thank God for the opportunity that I'm even finally able to make submissions and comments in his spaces. My name is Pastor Esmond, and I lead a church called Goya Outreach Ministries in Columbus, Ohio, the USA. I've been an associate pastor at Goya Outreach Ministries for 13 years. I recently became the lead pastor when my lead pastor passed away. Very tragic. Not tragic really. He'd been sick for a while, and I conducted the funeral service about 2 months ago. So I'm the lead pastor of the Goya Outreach Ministries, Columbus, Ohio, where we are committed to serve mostly African immigrants, and with our lead team of musical team, by the way, from Congo. I can tell you that, and it is quite a number of that. So I've been involved with the Congolese refugees and immigrants in Columbus for the last 13 years. And myself, just for the record, I'm from Kenya, but I'm also involved in learning a lot of things, politics, supporting good governance and all that. So every time, sometimes I don't have to talk, but I listen to Dr. Matsanga in the revolutionary. So I'm here to learn from our Congolese brothers and sisters, learn from the wisdom of Dr. Matsanga. In fact, when I joined in any of you just went into my Twitter spaces, I tweeted something that probably not everybody will agree, but I said, not no ill intended, but I said, is this Dr. Matsanga, is this guy a prophet or a scholar with a clear vision of African peace process? He's been consistent and stands shoulder high on his solution based. Well, I might have had a typo there. I said solution based solutions, but I meant solution based communications, and is a mentor for young scholars. We stand with DRC and I stand with Dr. Matsanga. I think those of you saw it. I tweeted that, and the reason was, I can tell you the reason, is because personally, in a private listening, before there was a space for us to talk about one-on-one, I would listen to him, his comments about Africa. He's been one person who has not restricted himself to like a one territorial country kind of perspective. Reason being that we as the African people, we are one people. I may not agree with all the time. I do agree to some extent, but I don't agree 100% with Malema. But at some point, he has made some interesting comments, and two of them I would draw. Please forgive me if you guys don't agree with him. Has said that as African people, we did not come from anywhere to come here. We just moved from one bedroom to the other. For example, if I'm Zimbabwean, if I'm Ugandan and I'm in South Africa, I simply move to the same house, but a different room. I was never, so for anybody claiming that you as an African from one country to the other, you came in as a foreigner, there should never be, that's one point I want to make, my first point, there should never be a situation where another African brother or sister is called a foreigner in another African country. So let's begin with that. Why? Because this was introduced by someone else who knew what they wanted to attain. And therefore, for me, I've been an advocate, again, as a student of David Masanga Pan-Africanism movement, that for you as an African, you and me are brothers and sisters. And therefore, the pain that is happening in DRC, the pain in Sudan, the pain in every place is my pain. And therefore, I come in and oftentimes make submission to say that how on earth have we ever understood that you as a black sister and a black brother, someone else is dividing us because they're trying to achieve something that is outside of us. And therefore, I make my submission by making sure that we understand that any fight that does not make we as a people, I'm sorry to say this, black people, African people, unite and say that we are not enemies. It is external, it is not from us. Because you and me, I'm going to say this, we are brothers and sisters. Let me say this before I make two more points and then I land. I don't like going for long. One of the solutions that I've propagated in every spaces of Dr. Matsanga that I've joined in, I have opposed any philosophical argument and endless historical submissions that do not bring us into understanding, can we rally behind something? If we're not rallying behind anything, we keep talking. And then at the end of the day, we are going to be in the same place where one of the brothers said earlier that it doesn't see this war might continue and Jesus Christ comes back. I beg to differ with all due respect that we as a people, and by the way, we either remain all over the map or say that at least we know one person. And this is me now narrowing this into a micro level so that we all know how solutions are found. We say that there's one person, which when I tweeted earlier, it was deliberate, that there's consistency in the way Dr. Matsanga said it, and he has been saying the same thing. So is it so difficult for us to form a movement that can tell us that get the politicians out of this way, let's get the people of goodwill, people who love Africa, who are pan-Africanist, who are intellectual, but they have never been elected to office, because being elected to office is very compromising. I can tell you that. Why can't they lead this movement and then we rally behind them? So friends and God's people, please hear me. I'm saying this with a lot of love and friendship for my brothers and sisters. That if we are providing and proposing solutions based on those people who have been in positions of compromise, if you have been in a political office or being a president, I can tell you, you are being compromised in some sense based on either IMF had to give you some money and tell you that, oh, you are the best country. It's because if they do that, we give you more money. And in that way, you move from facing east and then you face west. You know this. You guys know this better than me. But if we are talking about finding a solution for the DRC and the Sudan and everything we're dealing with, we must rally behind a non-political entity, a person of integrity, a consistent leader, a person that is proven, tested, and proven. And then we say, we, the young people, and the richest group, some of us have been compromised. I can tell you, I'm not cultic. Please, you can trust me on that. I think Dr. Matsanga can even pay attention, bear me witness. I've never corrupted anybody or manipulated people to give me money for anything, so I'm not cultic. So if we have the right religious people, the true young people of integrity, and we say we are going to rally behind a true leader, he may not be appointed to be the one to lead the mission, but he will speak on our behalf. Friends, until we get there, we can go in circles, give history, share stories, but people will bow to the movement. I ask you, for heaven's sake, that the challenges we're dealing with in DRC, many other places, won't be solved by those. By the way, I agree with the statement that Dr. Matsanga made and said that it's a convolution of factors. It is a proxy war. It is a compromised leaders. It's a compromised African leaders who are leading these missions. And therefore, the whole thing is completely messed up to the point that we are sitting here and waiting for a solution. The solution will come from outside. I learned, but I appreciate every submission here and every contribution. I always enjoy coming into these Matsanga spaces because it just completely spurs my heart. I'm a very passionate person, but I love when the truth is spoken. God bless you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pastor, and thank you for those wise words as well. I just want to add, I see that many of you are trying to get back onto the platform and trying to contribute. However, I cannot have each and every one of you guys as speakers, as the platform does not allow me to. So if you see yourself being removed after you have spoken, please try to understand that we are trying to give everybody a chance to contribute to the platform. And if you still have time and you're still here before we end, you are more than welcome to rejoin and conclude your opinions. I think after Pastor we had Umukasi. Umukasi, are you still with us? Would you like to introduce yourself to us?
Yes, of course, I'm here. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It was actually me, not Mkati.
Okay. Let me make it clear here. It was Simons Omokasi.
Yes.
Simons Omokasi. And there's another one who came in. No. Yes, Simon and Omokasi. Then we finish that group. Then we open up. There's Rubaita too, then Mucho. Yes, you came later, Rubaita. I have seen you. I'm watching. There is three. There's tweet to Rinahao. Oh my God. To Rinahao. Tirguaneo. Tirguaneo. DFT beat. We want the voice of a lady and R, not RRA. There's Beata. So let's start with Simon.
Shall I go then?
Yes, Simon Ko. Then Umukasi. Next, I am going to be strict now. 2 minutes. If you pass that, I cut you off.
No, I'll be straight to the point. Thank you, Dr. Matanga. May I greet all the participants on this space. I'm privileged to have a minute to say something. Thank you, Mr. Matanga. As you can see, my names are Simon Mwiru Rubunje. The abbreviations of R stands for Rubunje, and then Mwiru M stands for Mwiru. I'm an attorney and a business person. I have roots in the DRC and Uganda. I'm based in Nairobi, and I move around this region. At times, I conduct some researches in areas of interest. If I may go straight to the point, can peace be achieved in DRC? What are the challenges and obstacles which speak to literally the same thing or similar issues? Yes, in my view, peace is achievable in DRC simply because we have the tools, we have the resources. Congolese are not people of mean repute per se, but there are some challenges. Some of which I understand some of the colleagues say we should not keep mourning ourselves, accusing history, blah, blah. But, some of the challenges that we are about to talk about are historical in nature. There are also challenges of leadership, legacies, right from Mobutu's time through Kabila to date, when Tshisekedi is the president. The other challenges are geopolitical, certainly. And you might talk about somebody here, when I came in, I must apologize, I joined a bit late, talked about the vastness of DRC as an advantage. But yes, in actual sense, it should be an advantage to the development of Congo and the stability and all the good things about Congo. But unfortunately, it has formed part of the ills that ail Congo. So the vastness in itself, with the vastness of the resources, would otherwise be one of the solutions. But unfortunately, it forms mainly part of the challenges. What do I mean? When you look at Congo during colonization, some of the issues that we face today, like the issue of Eastern Congo, which speaks to tribal, to ethnicity, and specifically about the Tutsi Congolese, who are Rwandophones, we are indeed pressed in Congo because of the colonial border demarcations. There is, and history speaks to that in detail. Who doesn't know that, for instance, the origins of the Banyarwanda in DRC are diverse, and you can only trace them through specific periods. The first period is prior to colonization, when parts of the Kivus were subjected to the King of Rwanda. The second period is around February 1885, during the Berlin Conference, when the conference recognized the Belgian King Leopold II's private Congo as a free state. Then in 1908, the same Congo Free State became a colony of the Belgian state. And then around, I think, 1910, that is when borders were adjusted by the agreement between Germany, Belgium, and Britain on the side of Tanganyika. Then following World War I, the German territories of Rwanda and Burundi were handed to Belgium by the League of Nations mandate in 1922. That is written history. The Belgian colonial administration then established organized transplantations of people from the already densely populated Rwanda and Burundi. They took them to work on plantations in the present North Kivu and the Katanga provinces down in southern DRC. And then decades immediately before and after independence, the Kivus took in surges of refugees fleeing violence in Rwanda and Burundi, subsequently including the 1994 genocide in Rwanda, those who fled the genocide. So when people now convolute the issue of the Banyarwanda speaking Congolese in the Kivus, or specifically in North Kivu today, because the issue now is in North Kivu, although it was historically spread out in southern Kivu and elsewhere, other parts of DRC, which are never spoken about. When people cherry pick the conflict, the issue of the Banyarwanda, and their conflict with some tribes like the Hundes, the Nandis, the Wanyanga, these are just initially, the conflicts between them are not that because the Rwandese, the Kinyarwanda speaking in northern Congo are foreigners. They are fellow Congolese. But you know, this is like elsewhere, where this is a tribal conflict or a dispute between contending groups who identify themselves primarily on the basis of ethnic criteria. And for me, with group claims to resources on the basis of their collective rights. So it's not that these people do not know that their fellow countrymen are legitimate Congolese. So back to the challenges themselves. Now, I've spoken through this brief history. This was partly before and around colonialism, during Mobutu time, Lumumba time, during Mobutu time, and to date. So for me, some of the challenges should not be externalized. For anyone to want to primarily think that the issues of DRC, originate from Uganda, from Rwanda, from, Congo neighbors 9 countries. Don't they have a problem with Angola? When Uganda and Rwanda, let me first go back a bit. The history of the conflict of Rwanda and Uganda itself originates from Congo, from the former Zaire, and by extension to France and wherever else you want to talk about. Let's even talk about far back in history when the Congolese themselves were fighting for secession of Katanga, a history that we cannot go into right now because of time. And it led, to the conspiracies among them until when Lumumba was killed by CIA. The documents are there, and they have been declassified by the killers themselves, which was a conspiracy between Belgium, the US, and the UK. We know that. So for anyone to want to say, there is no Congolese involvement, these are externally orchestrated issues, it's being disingenuous in my view. So when they killed Lumumba, Mobutu took over. How did Mobutu take over? Kasavubu instructed Mobutu to arrest Lumumba. And Mobutu decided to arrest both of them and took over because they could not get along. And then Mobutu was there. Actually, Mobutu was not tribal. That is one of the good things about Mobutu. But fast forward, around the war of the RPF to take over Rwanda, which was literally a refugee question. They had participated in liberation wars in Uganda and far back, some in Mozambique, through Tanzania, wherever. And this was a question of citizenship and native rights. So when they were coming back, Mobutu, at that time, his leadership was literally on the verge of collapsing because he had lost reputation. The institutions of governance the system of governance had literally collapsed. The country was marred with corruption. If we may recall, the Belgians left Congo with infrastructure, with health and communication and whatever. But everything was crumbling down due to corruption and bad governance. And then the French lied to him that, we would, rehabilitate you, we rejuvenate your image. Please, you have to work with Habyarimana, support him. That is how the Congolese and the French went to fight the RPF when they were fighting to take over Rwanda. But with the RPF being very smart and they had a genuine cause, they went and tried to compromise Mobutu to become a mediator. We may recall, and I'm sure Dr. Matsanga is older than all of us and is a good historian. He may recall the negotiations in Nsere, in Badorite, and eventually in Arusha. Mobutu was the mediator.
True.
Tanzania was only the facilitator.
You are true. You are right.
Yes, and because of the double standards of the Congolese and the failure to look at the right picture, Mobutu decided to take sides with Habyarimana. And that's how some of the extremist groups, like something called the Magharibi and Kivu, was born. It was created literally by the cooperation of intelligence services of Rwanda, of Habyarimana at the time, which was literally fighting Tutsi, together with SNIP, the intelligence security of the Zaire, against the Tutsis, because they believed some Tutsis were escaping to join the RPF revolution to support their fellow Tutsis or Kinyarwanda speaking. But you cannot avoid history. How had the Rwandese themselves joined Museveni if you want to go by that and call them, Rwandese? How did the Rwandese themselves, who were living in exile in Uganda, join Museveni to go and fight in Mozambique, to go and liberate Mozambicans? What is the relationship between Mozambicans and Rwandese and Ugandans other than being Africans of goodwill? So that cannot be a causal link between the relationship or the historical relationship between the Kinyarwanda speaking of Rwanda and in Uganda and Congo. And even if it was to be, then there is good reason for Congo to look at the right solutions for the problem and involve the region with trust. Now, here, Rwanda is liberated with the genocide. The forces that had committed genocide, we know the operations Turquoise, which was literally a buffer zone for the killers to immigrate to Congo. Mobutu was warned by the RPF and the region. He was intransigent. He allowed them in. They went and destroyed the Tutsis in Kivu, and that was the beginning of exodus of Congolese Tutsis from the Kivus to wherever they are at the moment, including Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, and the region. And they have been killed all along. And from then, you see, they kept warning Mobutu. They took the case to the OAU at the time. They took the case to CPGR. They took the case to the UN. Mobutu was working literally under the instructions of the French, because the French was, as we may recall, was not in good terms with the new Rwandan government. And that's how, of course, as allies, Uganda and Rwanda invaded Congo, Zaire. Whoever supported them, I don't care. But you see, I did not even feel happy to see Zaire and Mobutu degenerating on top of crumbling the country, running the country literally down, degenerating to supporting killers until he's ousted. And you know, it is at the altar of the stability of Congo. So here is Mobutu. He goes. The Rwandese, yes, supported Kabila with Ugandans. And Kabila himself, having not been level-headed, he goes there, whatever reasons you may want to say, whether economic or whatever. But you know, he turns around before he can even stabilize the country and fights the very people who rode him at their backs to Kinshasa. And who are these? Members of the AFDRR were not Rwandese only. Rwandese and Ugandans supported Congolese, and mainly of Tutsi origin from North Kivu and the Banyamulenge. So he turns against them and kills them. And these are fellow Congolese, and he had been fighting in South Kivu for a long time. And he's only using other Congolese to kill their fellow Congolese, calling them aliens. Honestly speaking, if we are to talk about who are citizens and non-citizens, let's take an example of South Kivu. South Kivu, you have many tribes, like the Babembe, who are always fighting with the Banyamulenge, like the Fuleros, who have roots in SADC and Central Africa, in the ECAS region at the moment, and even in Tanganyika. Those people are settlers themselves. They sprang from Warungu and the other regions of the Mnembwe Plateau almost at the same time when the Banyamulenge, settled there. I have just spoken about the periods when the Rwandese were identified in Congo. And you see, for anyone to convolute history and want to take the Rwandophones who fled conflicts around in the 90s, with those who were there much before even colonialism, is not being genuine and reading history poorly. So now, here is one of the challenges that make it difficult for Congo to stabilize. That is an issue of governance, in my view. And then you have issues of corruption because you have no running institutions. Literally, the governance system is not there. Even what was left by the Belgians has collapsed. There are no roads. Even when Uganda and Rwanda and these other countries were ousting Mobutu, there were no roads. There were no hospitals. There were no schools. Even today, the situation has gone from bad to worse. So are you telling me these issues are caused by external actors, by Uganda and Rwanda? So When Kabila came in, he was supposed to have learned from Mobutu's failures and diagnose the ills of Congo and put in place, prioritize that which builds Congo, not orchestrating war. You turn around and support the forces, the same reason that drove you to power, and then you bring it up against yourself, and you think you will bring Sadak. That time even there was confusion, because I think there was a disagreement between the East African countries that had backed Kabila with the Sadak countries, especially Angola, which Angola, if we recall, by the time Mobutu was being ousted, Angola, Mobutu was supporting UNITA in Badorite, in Kamina. That's where their training bases were. So the Angolans wanted Mobutu out, but they fell into a trap again by Kabila because he had been living there and left their forces, and he duped them. And they thought there was a disagreement between strategy, because they felt, okay, if Uganda and Rwanda are threatened in the east, then now why should they go all the way to the west and take over power? They should leave us. They wanted to share Zaire. Now the west should belong to us because that's our area of interest as well. But you see, these other countries said, no, we cannot shed blood and resources to go and change power, which literally influences every life, including security in the East, for you to manage. We are not sure if we can manage that. You can manage that well. But of course, the Africanism disease comes in. They could have worked out an arrangement, in my view, to agree on how to cater for the concerns of each country, and at the same time, which should have been the bigger picture, to stabilize Zaire. But you will not expect the foreigners to do it for you when even the natives have not suggested that. So that was another failure. Now, here Kabila dies and the son replaces him, and he juggles with the situation with so much interest, external interest, and he ends up doing nothing. He only becomes an ally of the FDRR. And at the same time, he concludes agreements with these other these Tutsis who had fought for their security and were expecting the new leadership to stabilize their regions and reafford them their native rights, which they never did. Kabila made the same mistake. In my view, Tshisekedi inherited a big chunk of the Congolese problems, but unfortunately has not made a difference. He has fallen into the same trap. He's only fighting for, votes, and votes that he had not initially won. He was the third in line, and now he expects to win, which he's not likely to do. When you read around, he only, the other day, appointed the Bembas and I think Kameres, whom he thought he was dividing the opposition and galvanizing regional votes, but they are already at loggerheads. So the issue of governance in Congo, which makes it entirely an internal problem. The countries we are blaming, my country, Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi, these countries have sailed through a myriad of almost similar problems. But whether you talk about individual leaders overstaying, that's a story for another day, but they have stabilized their country. They are even willing to help the Congo that, complains of, their influence. Why can't they stand firm and address their internal problems? Honestly speaking, how will you tell me that, Rwanda goes for minerals, Uganda goes for minerals? These countries have active negative forces for years. I was very young, but I recall one of my siblings who was serving in the military in Uganda telling me how immediately after 1986, the the forces that were defeated in Uganda ran to Zaire in Koboko, I think Koboko or something, no, in Aru, which is across West Nile. And they begged Mobutu to disarm them. He refused. So the bad history, the irresponsibility of the Congolese leadership dates back as far back as then. You think you can house negative forces that fight to oust the country and people will handle you with gloves. I am very sorry it is my country, but you know, sometimes you need to stand your ground and do the right thing if you want to live in harmony with the neighbors. So for anyone to sing the names of Kagame, Museveni, whoever, these people have fought for their countries, they have liberated them. We may accuse them of not democratizing or whatever you call them, but they are not leading a Congo. So in my view, those are some of the challenges that the Congolese must appreciate and work towards making a difference in the interest of the Congolese. Now, you have the UN is there for years. You have invited the East African community. They are there, they have started, you know, pushing the M23 to disengage, and they call you to dialogue. You say you can't dialogue with terrorists. These are your nationals with whom you have a number of agreements concluded in different times. How can you fool the world? You know, these leaders are actually fooling themselves. On top of that, you run and invite SADC. You want SADC to come in. SADC has had Force Intervention Brigade for the last 10 years. They have already, together with MONUSCO, they have been sucked into internal contradictions of the Congo. They can't pacify the area. They already, you know, somebody was making a joke of them that one time their vehicle had an accident and, you know, packages of gold fell off. So they have stepped away from keeping peace. They are already mining just like rebels that they are meant to fight. You already have those forces lying there, well facilitated, with massive logistics. They have not made any difference. You still invite more forces to come there. So how do you intend to do that? And everybody will tell you this is a political problem. What's wrong with, you know, organizing an inter-Congolese dialogue in most of these towns, like His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta was suggesting in Bukavu, in Goma, where the issues are, and you call the people to the table. Dr. Matsanga, you've led that in South Sudan. You've been involved in Ethiopia and Eritrea. You have this experience. And that is another challenge even. Governments do not involve civil society, who are supposed to speak to them and, you know, hold them to account and say, you know, you concluded these agreements with M23, for example, for the last 20 years, but you have not implemented anything. So where governance fails, there is indeed a vacuum and you expect anything bad to happen. So my hope is that if the Congolese leadership can have reason, if there can be more voices of reason to speak strongly to the Congolese leaders, to introspect and, you know, talk to their people. First of all, close their sight to the external world, because some of these problems originate from, you know, the external influences, and speak to themselves, speak to their people, dialogue with their people. And, you know, for example, the Konyi issue.
Simon.
The Konyi issue in northern Uganda.
Simon, I'm so sorry to interfere. However, I think it would be very unfair. I hear you and you're speaking facts, but we need to be realistic that there are so many people that are also waiting to contribute to this space. And even though your facts are relevant,
I'm about to finish.
I would appreciate it if you could land.
I'm actually at the tail end of it. So my hope, as I was saying, is that if there could be more voices of reason, if the Congolese can introspect themselves like the leaders and speak to the real problems, primarily solve them internally. They need to speak to the people. The issues are on the ground. And once you don't solve your issues on the ground and speak to their people who have valid grievances, you don't expect the external world to help. The external world can only support. But you see, the Congolese leadership is even confusing those with goodwill to help the East African community, SADC, AU. So you go to this, you tell them a story, tomorrow you are in this, and literally you don't know what you want. So the issue of minerals as a challenge, again, if I may wind up, it can only be a challenge because there is a vacuum of leadership. The governance would organize these administrative systems and to have these resources to benefit Congolese, but not even for the illegal forces to come and take them. Because you see, if you have, for instance, 56 airports in Congo with probably less than 10 which are licensed, everywhere there is no road, there is nothing. It's so everywhere an aircraft will come from Ukraine and land and pick minerals, Israel pick minerals and go. So these are not issues of neighbors or the external actors. Primarily, they are issues associated with the failures of the leadership itself. Thank you, Dr. Masanga. And thank you for the rest.
Thank you, Simon. Umukazi, I think you were right after Simon. Do you mind going? And from this point onwards, we are limited with time. We've got so many people that are still requesting to speak as well. So I'd really appreciate it if we can adhere to time. Umukazi, do you mind introducing yourself and contributing to the space?
Of course, thank you very much. I'll try not to take a lot of time, but I will go through some points. So I'm Umkasi. My origins come from Eastern DRC and Rwanda. So I have two origins. Amongst the people they called Banyarwanda, some of them in Congo and others in Rwanda, so to speak. I think Dr. Matsanga has some issue with his mic. Hello,
Dr.
can you hear me?
David Matsanga, are you here with us?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Anyway, thank you very much. I will actually start on the I came in when there's someone called Sean.
I'm so sorry, Umukazi. Dr. David, can you hear us? Dr. David?
I think he cannot hear, but we could proceed. In the meantime, maybe he'll be back.
Okay, I'm just going to leave the space and see if Dr. David will be able to speak, and I will rejoin you guys.
We are having technical problems. Ladies and
Dr.
gentlemen, we have
Matsanga, can you hear me?
I can't hear you because we have technical problem here.
Oh, okay.
But we are trying to resolve it. I'm trying to resolve it. I read your punchline in Nairobi. Take. Can you take them? Start.
We can't really hear you perfectly. There's some kind of, I think there's some kind of an internet problem or something.
We're going to take a short musical break, then come back with Doctor once the connection has stabilized.
Okay.
Can you put on the music, please? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know whether you hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you,
very
Dr.
much.
Matsanga.
We are sorry. Of course, when you bring out a lot of history about Congo, it hurts imperialists, and therefore they will always interfere with our systems. However, we've managed to restore it, and we shall proceed. We are trying to find a solution for our country, one of us in Africa. We can't sleep, we can't eat properly when people are killing others, cutting their others' limbs, legs, destroying property, cows. We can't. We shall have to talk about it. So those who get annoyed with us, get annoyed with us, but you are not the Almighty God. Therefore, we proceed with our topic, and our topic today is the leaders, the rebels, the government of Zimbabwe, of Congo, is all of them, everybody. The 9 countries are not honest. They are part of the problem of DRC Congo. All 9 neighbors, nobody tells the truth. Nobody is telling us the truth in this. And you have brought all the historical problems, Mr. The gentleman who was speaking, the lawyer. He brought all the historical problems.
Simon.
You brought them up. You have seen the whole problem, and that's why I gave you a lot of time to explain. You brought up the history of what ails Congo, what kills Congo, and that is the history that has destroyed Congo. If you took notes, you'll find 2, 3, 4. All the things he said are correct. Mobutu controlled Congo. There was nothing like a war. You cannot play on his territory. Congo was stable. And it is a fact that Congo has been the source of all our problems in Uganda. The first government of Obote fell because of Congo. Kabaka Mutesa and Obote were fighting because of Congo. The gold scandal, the diamond scandal. You know, Congo has been part and parcel of the difficulties that some African countries like ours has been receiving. So let's not be ashamed of saying the truth. So, ladies and gentlemen, Africa, you can come back to your post. I have sent you the invite. Come back to your hosting status. You had to drop because there was a problem. Yeah, so thank you very much. And I don't know who was speaking now, who was coming to speak.
It's me, Umukasi.
It was who?
Umukasi. I was supposed to go next.
Yes, it was Mukasi. Thank you. I'm so sorry about that, everyone. Welcome back, Dr. David.
Yes, I came back a long time, but you disappeared. Okay, Mukasi, be brief because we are running out of time. We have to finish this space by 1 o'clock. So we want as many people to speak as possible. So please, I beg you, take maximum 2 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead, Mukasi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matsanga. I'll try my best. I will try to be brief as usual. I've actually introduced myself already. I'll just go straight to the point. As previously discussed by Manzi, this issue is actually, it has the deep roots into the historical facts that are actually being disregarded, and the politics around it makes it a little bit confusing because there are lots of politics, regional and international politics, that actually further confuses the issue. But as Manzi said, there have been lots of issues going on in especially Eastern DRC, but I can actually state the fact that this was actually started by the colonial rule that actually implemented or actually brought about the theory that says that there's uh, a Bantu Nilotic conflict within the Central African region, which, to my own opinion, is not true, and it was actually brought about to divide the people, to divide and conquer, and they knew that it was going to be something that will last forever. But it's actually up to us to try to find a way to replicate the effects and try not to blame everybody else but ourselves, because if you keep blaming other people, it actually suggests that you're actually incapable of solving your own problems, and you actually are staying by the fact that you're crying or begging for help. And I feel that's very irresponsible, and we should do better. My first point, on my personal analysis and my based on my personal history, I've actually realized that the first issue in Congo is the leadership. If we go back in history, when the Congo actually had the independence, there was Mobutu who was supposed to rule, but then he was deposed and killed, brutally killed, because he had the vision. He had the vision of a Congo that is free of um, that is free of the colonial rule, which was supposed to bring about everything that Congo stand about, all the
You
people.
mean Lumumba, not Mabutu. Lumumba.
Sorry, Lumumba. Right, I keep confusing the names, but Lumumba, he actually had a vision that wanted to unite all the people, that actually wanted development of the Congo, that wanted to unite people, but he was deposed because he had that vision, and that vision it was against everything that the colonial rule stands for. If I say stands for, because I still believe we are still colonized in a way or the other, because we cannot step out of the shadow that they created, but we should do better. There was a previous person who spoke about he actually spoke about some real and good facts. I think it was Sean something. Sean, yeah. He said about
John Wesonga.
yes, one of your scholars. He said some interesting topics, but I actually feel like aligning them can actually be the best way to actually find out the real issue of the Congo. When he said the resources and then the leadership, for me, I feel the first thing is leadership, then resource. When they say resource, for me, it's resource management, because resource, they're not supposed to be a problem if you can actually manage them well. So for Congo, I feel like we should do better in terms of resource management. Resource should not be the problem of the country, instead the solution to help fix our vast population and help feed them, create an economy based on what we produce in the country, based on the uh, mineral exploitation, uh, agriculture, agroforestry, everything, service sector, tourism, everything, as we have all of it in the country. Um, which actually brings me to my next point. I know that Congo has actually welcomed a lot of foreign rebel group or foreign oppositions willingly, because if we take an example of the Rwanda's genocidal regime, as previously discussed by Manzi, he said that the Rwandan government came in and killed his uncle, his father. But when he said that, he meant the ex-FAR. When they say that, they mean the ex-FAR, the previous, the Habyarimana regime, which after brutally slaughtering more than 1 million Tutsi people in Rwanda, they fled to Congo, and Congo received them with open arms. But they didn't actually disarm those people. These people try to find a way to to actually fix the issue in the long term. They actually accepted them with their arms, with their ideology, and the ideology was based actually to find a way to exterminate the Tutsi people and their identity, their culture, everything that Tutsi people stand for. And Congo received these people, didn't disarm them, and put them in a zone which was very highly populated by Tutsi Congolese people in northern Kivu and southern Kivu in terms of Banyamulenge. So when DRC accepted this, it's more of like they took in a challenge. I feel like our government has a very long history of trying to actually welcome the foreign rebel groups. I feel like they actually feel like they have like some kind of power over that country. If you actually take in the rebels, they actually use them as in terms of proxy war, or in a way to threaten their neighbors. Like, for example, if we take an example, when recently President Tshisekedi said that he will help liberate Rwanda using his proxy, the FDLR, because the FDLR is a Rwandan rebel terrorist group that want to overthrow the government in Rwanda and killed all the Tutsi, as they say that they can never live with any Tutsis. You understand how the government is actually going about in its politics of receiving foreign rebel groups. I feel like it's actually played to the benefit of these other countries, because if you take in ADF Nauru, you take LRA, you take FDLR in, you're actually giving sorry doctor, just I will just a few seconds. You're actually giving in these countries, you're giving them the reason to come in your territory. So Congo should not do that. Lastly, proposing the solutions. I feel like for the governance of Congo to be stable, they should use the decentralization and grouping regions, having the regions with some certain of autonomy to deal with the local problems, decentralization of the power, rerouting the corruption, or if they cannot do that, we will have to settle for a smaller solution of balkanizing the country. So instead of balkanizing the country, the most suitable solution could be decentralization of the power, actually exterminating all foreign rebel group, i.e. the FDLR, IDF, and all others, and actually repatriating all refugees. There are lots of Congolese refugees which are not accounted for, and then peace will prevail in that way. Thank you very much, Dr. Matsanga.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you agree we should have a voice of a lady. Only one, no lady has spoken so far. And I will jump some people, but I will bring in the lady upstairs near Deron. What is her name?
Beata.
Chantal.
No, I came very long time ago, Dr. Matsanga.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, how are you? Good evening, everyone. First of all, I just want to say your opening statement was very, very touching. It's, if not my first time to hear a voice of a male with a deep emotions. I have no idea what you've seen, but you mentioned a lot. And you will have my prayer when you leave this earth as you requested. I assure you that. Anyways, coming to this point, can peace be achieved in DRC? Challenges and obstacles. Many people, those who spoke before me, really have said it. My hands up to Simon. Simon spoke eloquently. He gave historical background, pinpointed where the problem is, and gave a solution. The solution is, basically the answer is, yes, the peace is achievable, but the challenges are within, as you mentioned, well, the first of all is within the DRC government. The way the country is governed need to really work. They need to work within their system, central system, government system, and from the top to the bottom, it's corrupted. Once they have done that, they will be able to look on a mass scale, how to really bring peace without blaming external factors, because the external factors cannot come inside to ruin the country without the country being rotten first of all. You asked who is arming the rebels. Who is arming them? It's actually DRC itself. The army are not paid. The generals are selling guns to the rebels. Basically, it's every man to himself in DRC. which makes the normal person the only person, the person who, everyday person, women, children, men, who have no power, suffer among all of this. My name is Beata. I did not introduce myself. I am original from Rwanda, and I reside in the UK at the moment. And on top of it, I am a genocide survivor. I survived genocide against Tutsi. One thing I just want to say to make clear, I was 13 during genocide against Tutsi. I lost my whole family. We are going through commemorating at the moment. It's 100 days. Our family were killed. We've went through what I would never wish to anyone. At the moment, we are watching animals being killed, people being eaten, burned alive and eaten in DRC, not because of crime, but because of how they look like and what is going on in Congo. It is bringing a memory of what we've seen happening. And the reason being is ideology which was transported from Rwanda by the Interahamwe to DRC. My problem is DRC did not look far. If you bring a person who's been killing Tutsi, house them among Tutsis who still have the same ideology, what are you expecting? Do you think those people are going to live with them? No. In 96, I was studying in Gisenyi. I was at Lycée Notre Dame, where genocides were crossing border, and they would come and they went into camps of Banyamurenge, and they were killing them overnight. At the time, they were even burning buses. They were separating Hutu from buses, leave Tutsi inside, burning buses. That, I think this sparked the first war between Rwanda and DRC. So for peace to come back, DRC needs to look within. They have to see what is going on. How do you have 130 odd armed group among a country and think that you will have peace? No, there's no peace in DRC until they sit down and sort out what the mess that is within DRC. It's not just a FDR, it's the Ugandan, ADF, there is Nyatura, there's Mai Mai. All those armies, all those armed groups are killing people. There's no infrastructure. Even if you are trying to go to help them, there is nowhere, there's no road, basically the country is self-governed with no government on top. It's not just the West. The West, of course, have interest. There is minerals, there is timbers. Everyone is gaining from Congo. But as we know it, can you pass by $100 on the street and don't pick it up? No, somebody will pick it up. But Congo needs to stop blame game. They need to look inside and work with their people. The people they are calling Rwandese, it's not because they're Rwandese as if they belong to Rwanda, the Republic of Rwanda. They speak Kinyarwanda. Kinyarwanda is a language that is spoken in Congo as much as it's spoken in Uganda, as much as spoken in Kenya, as much as spoken in the surrounding area. It does not mean everyone who speaks Kinyarwanda is Rwandan. Therefore, they need to stop blame. They need to start looking within. And therefore, we can help them to find peace and a lasting resolution. And that's my two cents for this space. And thank you for giving me this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Which part of London do you
I live in Robin Hood County, Nottingham.
Oh, you are in Nottingham, up in
the yes, in the middle.
The land of Nottingham University near there.
Indeed, indeed.
Thank you very much. I am down in Surrey.
Oh, you are down. All right. Hope to see you.
In Surrey, in Croydon.
Oh yeah, Father's house. All right, right. Thank you. Lovely to meet you. But also, before I leave, I'm so sorry to take another moment. I want to say to anyone who's here, during genocide against Tutsi, there was a map. They were saying we will kill Tutsi until the future person will ask how did the Tutsi look like. And they said that it would be in Rwanda, Uganda, Congo, Burundi, it was a plan, it was a master plan. And what is happening in DRC, it's a repetition of what we've seen in Rwanda during genocide against Tutsi. So we need the whole world to work together to stop what is happening there. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Charles, prepare yourself. Charles Mutama from Zimbabwe. But let me bring another woman who should be quick, Chantal. And then Chantel. And then another lady, Anita.
Doctor, we've been waiting, and do you want to hear
I'm a lady.
people
Stop it,
on the
okay.
inside? We've been
Don't
waiting. We've been
quarrel.
waiting
Don't
for so
quarrel,
long.
please.
Nobody want to waste his time over here.
Respect
If
ladies.
you expect people to be coming in
Respect
your
ladies.
space, you need to follow the.
Dr. David, are you able to speak?
Yes, I want to speak now. And I muted them. Okay. Thank you very much. What now? Mr. Luken, I give you 1 minute to speak. Chantel, hold the fire there. Luken, can you speak? You have been here.
Yes, sir.
1 minute.
Thank you so much. There is one thing that I need to inform you, Doctor. Here is a team of Rwandese talking about Congolese history. While we Congolese, we are here. We are the one who are suffering. And they are
That's
talking
why I've
nonsense
given you
here.
the platform now.
Exactly. Okay, let me talk then.
Hammer them. They are here. Even I can see some of the commanders are here. And also on the other side, hammer each other here. I will control you.
Okay.
Yes. Tell us.
Thank you so much.
Why are you not telling us who arms you? Both of you, all of you, the 9 countries surrounding Congo, you have a problem, including my own country.
Sir.
We have a problem. We are not telling the truth. And that's why we came on this platform. We are lying to
So
the world.
I'm here
that
to
we
tell
are
the truth
innocent.
because I'm
Go
the
ahead.
truth.
Go ahead now.
Thank you. My name is Ilkeni. I'm from Masisi. That's my home. So we've been experiencing a lot of trauma coming from different countries. But as someone from Eastern Congo, I believe I know who is killing us as Congolese. In 1996, Rwandan regime and the Ugandan regime, they organized themselves. They created the cause of attacking Congo. The videos are outside. If you you want me to give you the reference for that video, I can send it to you. It was General James Kabarebe and Kayumba Nyamwasa. They were talking in the video. They organized themselves to found the common cause so that they can attack Congo. All these Rwandese people, they're coming here saying that we welcomed in Interahamwe in Congo, which is true. They were refugees. What was our option? Well, we supposed to help the RPF to kill those Rwandese. That's the question that everybody needs to answer. What was the option that Congolese people had so that they can, so that they cannot have the issue we are facing today? So they sit down. After sitting down, they organize the way they can enter in Congo. They did it. They destroyed Mobutu regime. After destroying Mobutu regime, they make their own regime where they use Kabila. He was their trainee, their military. Up to now, he's still their military. He never been demobilized. He's still in the Rwandan army. He have a Rwandan army number. So that means he's still he's still their tool. They're still using it. I don't know what's going on. They're muting me. So
no, go on, sir.
So
go on. That was a mistake. Go on.
Come in here and start blaming our nation, saying that we don't have a good governance. It might be true, but why? That's the challenge. We've been under control of Uganda and Rwanda for 18 years. For those 18 years, doctor, you are older than me to know everything. All those people that are in Congo, those generals, most of them they were trained in Uganda and Rwanda. Everybody know that. So they are the one who are corrupting. They are the one that are violence to our governance. Everybody's coming to the power. They are trying all their best to destroy him. So for these pro one day coming here telling us, oh look this and this. You are blaming us, but we are forming ourselves. Just wait for the process. We are processing for the peace. For your information, doctor, Banyamulenge are being killed. Who killed them? Is Red Tabara. Where Red Tabara come from? Rwanda. You know, they organized a coup d'etat in Burundi. And then they freed to Rwanda. After freeing to Rwanda, they were sent to Murenge. When they get in Murenge, what did they do? They started killing Banyamulenge. How this is going to be from our nation?
Just, boss, Lukena, hold on. I would like to ask the people who are showing their fingers down,
Yeah.
please, when you were talking, when you people were talking, Lukenya was not showing the fingers down. And I want discipline on my platform. I don't want people to show disrespect to each other. We are trying to find out what we want to do, how we can get peace in Congo. So don't show fingers, your fingers, your thumb down because you have had a point. You were talking. I gave you all the time. In fact, like 10 of you have spoken here. Rukena was not making any noise. So leave him to make his point nicely. Don't intimidate him. Proceed. I'm the speaker, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your help and your protection. So all these people pushing down their finger because I know them. I've been confronting them. Most of them they blocked me because they don't want to know the truth about what's going on. They don't want us as Congolese, the sufferer, to tell the truth about what's going on. Every single day they're killing our brothers and sisters. And they are now preparing, making Kivu an independent country. They are there to destroy and bring the ethnicity war from Rwanda to Congo. Rwanda and Congo, they are two different countries which doesn't share anything in common. So bringing your history, saying that Hutu, Tutsi, no, that's not us. We have 450 tribes in Congo. So always you want to attack Congo in the name of Interahamwe, saying that Interahamwe they're in Congo, do we want to go kill them? How many times we need to give you? How many times you need so that you can solve your problem with your Interahamwe? How long are you gonna kill Congolese people in the name of Interahamwe? How many millions do you need to kill in Congo so that you can understand that Congolese are human like you? You always chant peace in your nation. You always chant unity and reconciliation in your nation. But when it came to Congo, you don't want to hear that. All you want to hear is just in Interahamwe. For your information, doctor, the generals that killed Congolese, now they are working in the RPF in Rwanda. They are generals in Rwanda. No, there was no justice that have served. But they're still following those kids, refugees, in the name of Interahamwe. They want to kill Congolese every time. In Bishusha, yesterday, on the 5th, they went there. They organized an operation over there. They killed the people. You saw how they've been decapitated. That's not funny. That's not funny history. That you need to come here and start explaining the reason why you need to keep aggressing our nation. Please, we need peace in our nation. We need Banyamulenge to live in peace. We need the Tutsi to live in peace. We need everybody. We need all tribes in Congo to live in peace. But as long as Rwandan regime leave us alone. That's all I can say, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in my opening speech, I told you that let's be very candid, straightforward, deliver the message. The facilitator, the peace mediator is here, is listening, or his office is listening. I wanted this to be, when you come on the platform, you are not speaking for only yourself. You are speaking for the people of Africa on how we can make a breakthrough. We don't want to look like a Sudan where nobody can make a breakthrough, where nobody can sit on table. At least for us, we are making a breakthrough. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are only bringing in facts. Bringing in facts. Let's be bringing in facts that can help. Lukena has brought in his facts. He has said it is true. And that some of the things he's saying are not far-fetched. If you go deeper to ask where these generals are, they are somewhere there. Where is this general who overthrew Nkurunziza? Where is he? Who has kept him? Why are you not talking the truth, you people? You want us to help you, but you want to cry to us, all of you, yet you don't tell us the truth. The general who overthrew Nkurunziza, he died and went to heaven? Where did he go? Where did he go? Angel Gabriel came and picked him and took him, isn't it? Chantel. Where did he go? This man woke up in the morning and announced a military coup against letting Nkurunziza. And then he disappeared in thin air. We can't trace him. We can't trace him. He died. And you carried him away. We have to solve this problem because nobody is going to come to solve. The more we keep quiet, the more Bazungu come to take more of our diamond. And that's why I changed the topic today. Was supposed to be about coronation. I changed it. I rather cry for my Africa, for my Congo. I rather die crying for Congo than die talking about coronation. That's why I changed the topic. And those are the truths I want. Buyundo. That's the truth. You're a businessman and you live in London. I want you, when you come to the platform, speak the mind out to tell the facilitator, mediator, there is a problem here. Let me pose a question. Okay, if the arms are got from the Congolese army, so the Congolese army is useless, can we call it useless? It gives up the arms, which are more sophisticated. Allahu Akbar. What's going on here? Who gives them food? Where do these people get food? The animals they are cutting? Where do they get food? Supplies. Every time we call a meeting, summit fact, summit. It's just to die and we go home to our God. You have killed so many people. You are killing people because they have long nose or short nose. Who are you? Who are you people? That thing made me very annoyed with Kony. And I told him off. I said, I've come. When he threatened us in the Garamba Park, I said, also, I have not seen my mother for 28 years. Shut up. I said, if you want to kill me here. I'm telling you, today I'm opening up to you. The first day I went to meet as a chief negotiator. He is himself who said the only person who can negotiate peace is Dr. Matsanga. This is the only one I can talk to because he has never been corrupted by Museveni. When I arrived in the bush, this gentleman told me, oh, my mother. I said, I've not seen my mother for 28 years. And you are telling me, no. I said, no, we can kill us. If you kill us, the UN is waiting. You will not be alive here. Let's make peace. This thing of Congo needs some radical heads like Matanga and others to be there. These commanders are here listening. The Congolese are listening. You are now bringing in the Russian mercenaries. America is going to bring itself. Another China will bring in. Why don't you create your own Africa? Go to the Atlantic Ocean. And the neighbors, the presidents around the nation, they are very bad, insincere, dishonest. Why? Why should we keep quiet? Tshisekedi is not older than me. He's big in size, but he's not older than me. Because when we were doing politics in Sun City, he was a student. Why are they killing people? Kagame is not older than me. He's tall, but not older than me. Museveni is older than me. That's the respect I give. But if we are going to kill people, every day we wake up, kill people. I was warning people about Sudan. They thought that I was a stupid man. Some of them even challenged my integrity. You can't challenge a man who has studied the subject up to the last iota. Challenge me. I was warning them on Sudan 2 years ago. I warned those two generals. That's why I'm very annoyed with them. They better be taken by the ICC. I'm telling you. I don't like ICC, but let them be taken. Let them go. I warned them. I called them. I told Daglo, you either hand back power to Hamdok and go back to the barracks, or you take over power and give a transition of 5 years, you'll come back and surrender. But you can't mix a civilian government with yourselves. Which political science did they study? The stupid organization called African Union. Stupid. That tall guy there, very dangerous. He accepted that a prime minister who is civilian. No. That's what I told Mnangagwa. That's what I called Chiwenga. That's what I told Chiwenga the night before he gave Mugabe a speech. I said, you have made a mistake. Take down Mugabe. Mugabe is a leader. Take him down today. Otherwise, he's a leader inside. He will take you down. Mutama, you can quote me. Quote me. And let Mnangagwa say I didn't. And then I can come back with tapes of my telephone conversation. Stupid people. We have had enough. I told those generals in Sudan, what are you trying to do? Now see where they are. They have blown the whole country. The whole Khartoum, which was so beautiful, is blown. In fact, in the name of God, it is very painful. Khartoum is gone. What is it that people want? We want peace. Banyamulenge or Tutsi or Congolese, from where we want peace. Whether it is Uganda, Rwanda, any country that is involved in Congo, without the sanction of whatever government is there, at least Uganda can stand and say, I went to look for ADF. They were sanctioned. But you, who is not sanctioned, what are you doing at night? What are you doing at night? Ah, all of us were in Tanzania training like these guys, man. Ah, it's too much. You can't keep on Kenyatta, fly here, fly there. Why wasting even money? Kenyatta cannot solve this problem. This problem is too complicated. These guys are too complicated. They know each other. They sit and look at each other and say, what is he talking about? They go back and occupy territory. Ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed with our discussion. Now I want to select a group that should, my co-host should follow. I'll start with ladies, and I'll take one lady, one man. One lady, one man until I finish the three ladies. Now I'll take Anita, and then I take
That was me before. It was me before.
Okay. Chantel, Anita, hold on the fire, my dear. And Chantel, I'll take Chantel and Charles Mutama. Then I'll take Buyondo and Anita. Then I come back, I take LAR with Zelly. Okay, like that. Have you seen? Now we balance. Let's go, Chantal.
Thank you, Doctor. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. For me, I will go straight away to the topic. Can peace be achieved in DRC? I would say yes. The reason is that it's not only Congo has gone through what they are going through, or as you know, Doctor, in Burundi we have gone the similar problem of rebels, and we came through, and so in Uganda too, as you know, you have been Uganda. You had many years of war, which you managed to cess the hostility, which is a big achievement you made. So, which mean also in Congo, it's possible. For me, I think that what is needed is strong leadership and a strong justice to come through to have peace in Congo. As you said, what are the challenges? For me, I would say the challenges which may be causing Congo not to have peace for a long time. The challenges are those armed group, they have so far, as you know, they say more than now is 260 something, I think. Those are challenges they have. And also there's a law for killing, there's a lot of killing in that country. Those are challenges. There's inhuman detention, some people are just being detained without no reason, or with reason they're in prison. There is no follow-up, and also a big problem, there's no justice. Those are challenges, Dr. David. And so when there are those challenges, it means that the government may have a problem to those are tests that may be a barrier to bring peace, because when there is no justice and there are many armed groups, there will be obstacles, as you said. Those are barriers which are the obstacles. So for me, I don't want to go, I know many people have said a lot of things, Rwanda, Uganda, and all that. As you know, Dr. David, there is no any rebel group that doesn't have support. That's not true. So if M23 is having support of Rwanda, and if it's having support of Uganda, there's nothing I cannot say it's possible. There's no any rebel group doesn't have support. We mean even those rebel group who are inside the Congo, which are more than 200, they have support. They have where they are getting guns. So which means even M23, they have where they are getting those guns. You understand? So that one is, we cannot even debate about it. They are, as you know, Dr. David, before RPF took the power in Rwanda, they were supported by Uganda. There's no, we say the truth. That's the truth. You understand? Uganda was, RPF was supported by Uganda. So there's nothing like, it's like, how we could say, there's, I would say that M23 is supported by someone. It may even be more than, it may be even South Sudan, who knows? There may even be another hand of Kenya or Tanzania, you know. So that's, but what we are talking about here, doctor, of course there is a power from outside of Congo, but also inside itself in the country. There are many problems, doctor. You understand? There are many problems. And the way forward, doctor, we can spend, you know, let me tell you something. This place has been going for 6 months. People are going here with talk. Rwanda, Congo, Uganda, Burundi, they haven't said Burundi or that. But there is no way forward, because sometimes you have to stand back and say, okay, we've been attacked by Rwanda. Okay, what can we do as a government? Let me protect my people. At least there are no people who are dying because of course, if those people are coming from Rwanda, why can't Uganda attack Rwanda and finish off that war so that there is peace? You know, you have to go to the point. But as soon as there are people who are attacking you from outside, and you are not able to go attack them to protect your own people, and inside, even inside, there are people who are killing each other. Doctor, you have seen that video, which is on here. I think people have seen those cow kids.
Yes.
So, doctor, those cows, were they killed by people who came from Rwanda and they entered in the country and they killed those cows? It's not true. You know, sometimes people, we can come here and space you, listen, people are telling you, but we have our own sense. We know, everybody knows here what's going on. So those are the problem. There's internal problem, as there are also external problem. But those are, if there are no justice, where I want to come then, doctor, there is, if you want to solve a problem, you need to bring people to justice. How are you going to bring people to justice? People who kill those cows, even if let's suppose it's M23. Can't you track them and also say you have killed these cows, we shoot you? Either you shoot M23 because they have killed those cows, or other group, if it's Nyatura or whatever, why can't you also chase them and show that there is a justice in that country? People are not going to do whatever they want. There is justice, bring them to justice. But how are you going to bring justice, Dr. David, when you have someone like Justin Witakwira, who was the Minister of Rural Development, who did what he did, who was sanctioned by EU, and today is in Tshisekedi's is Union Sacrée. How are you going to bring justice when you have Banyamurenge in Sud Kivu, who have a future president, Martin Fayulu, who publicly is on YouTube, who said that Banyamurenge are not Congolese? How are you going to bring justice when you have ex-rebel, the Minister of Defense, Bemba, is a minister today. Those are challenges, doctor. And when they are challenged, it become obstacle. So that means the president may want to do something to reach somewhere, but we find obstacles. Those are the obstacles, and that's what this is what we are talking about here. How can peace be achieved? It can be achieved. It's possible, but there will be challenges and obstacles. Those are the obstacles, Dr. David. This is what I wanted to say. The peace is possible because if we in Uganda, doctor, you manage. By the way, me, I know Uganda because I'm married to Ugandan. We are from Kazo in Barara. I know what you went through, Ugandan, But today, you can stand tall and say there is something
Exactly.
you have. Yeah,
exactly.
You can stand today. Of course, in Uganda, there are many political problems. It's not 100%. There is a lot of problem in Uganda. But at least today, for me, I can leave Kampala at midnight. I go to Mbarara. We have a drink in Mbarara, and we drive our cars from Mbarara to Kazo. You know where it is. Those are what we are talking about. But can you do it in Uganda?
Even
It's
you
not.
can go to northern Uganda, Gulu,
Yes,
in
those are the
Gulu,
things we are
in
talking
Lira,
about.
in
Those are
Karamoja,
basic.
and come back and
Yeah,
sleep
those
and
are the basic.
we brought
Those are the
peace.
basic.
Yes.
Yes, that's the basic what people need. Can you do it in Uganda? In Congo, you can't. You can't leave Goma and whatever, and you go to Minembwe midnight. Can you? You can't. So how can you say that there's peace? Those are the doctors. Let me tell you something. You may go there, you accuse whoever you accuse, but everything has to be fast. Sort yourself inside. If people, justice need to be served inside. And then when you are together, you combat the enemy from inside who's coming to attack you. But there is a lot of problem. Doctor, there's someone who come and say here, those cows, they were killed by Ventura. Whatever who killed those cows, it's not acceptable. But
Okay. Thank you
has the
very much.
government? Let me finish by saying, has government came out and said this is, even to point out, say this is not acceptable. Whoever did this is going to will be injustice. But there's nothing, just go like that. So those are, doctor. That's my submission.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Anita,
but I say the problem is
Anita,
here
don't
alone.
go.
Thank you.
Anita, I was waiting for you not to go, but oh my God, she has gone. Charles, thank you very much. Charles, is it? It was Chantel, Charles, and then another lady, and Buyondo.
Dr. Machang,
Buyondo,
I have been here since you start the space.
okay.
Can I be next?
Charles Mutama.
Yes, Doctor. Thank you very much.
And Charles then to how? Please, Lady Charles then to how? Charles, go ahead, please. I know you're a good, quick speaker and a very nice points. Please, so that we finish. Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, the co-host, Radio Pan Africa Live, and all participants and panelists here, Pan-Africanists. My submission is centered around the many layers that obtain in the DRC that needs to be attended to. So, number one, I'll refer everyone to the legacy of the violent nature of King Leopold's colonization of Congo. It is recorded as the most violent colonization on the continent of Africa. So there's trauma associated with the colonization of Congo by the Belgian, particularly by King Leopold. That needs to be dealt with. And then, of course, we see the violent nature in which Patrice Lumumba was assassinated by external forces. So that's another layer of, in terms of the legacy of colonialism and neo-colonialism, in terms of internalizing violence amongst our fellow brothers and sisters in the DRC. That's something which needs to be dealt with in terms of making sure that there is healing in the DRC. Then, number two, I want to refer to the history of Zimbabwe towards independence, or the first general election that respected the one man, one vote rule. In 1979, there had to be a demobilization of the guerrilla forces that undertook the armed struggle. And I'm talking about ZIPRA and ZANLA, so that there could be the Lancaster House Conference, which led to the first free and fair elections that were conducted and include African political parties or Zimbabwean black-led political parties. So demobilization is very important in the DRC before we can talk of elections. I think it's futile to talk of elections in the DRC, in as much as we can also say the same in most African countries. We are rushing to conduct what I can term Western electoral democracy to appease external forces, or to appear sophisticated in our African countries at the expense of dealing with hygiene issues that obtain in our country. So in the DRC, the most important thing is demobilization, identifying the armed groups that are there, the issues that affect the people of the DRC. Then after we've dealt with that, then we can start talking of elections, you know. But I don't think right now it's important. Maybe we can talk of a transitional authority, a transitional government, which includes all these groups that are involved in this conflict.
Charles, can I ask you and say, or can I be safe to say, the societal links are broken down in DRC Congo?
Mm-hmm.
Can I say that safely?
Yes, I think I agree with you. That's
the society, the links of ethnic links have broken down in DRC Congo. Therefore, anything you do, which whether it is good or bad, it remains the same. It has now, you don't see the impact. I think that is what that's where you are heading. Proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matsanga. You have nailed it down. That's where the problem is, and that's what needs to be fixed before we can start talking about elections, political party A, political party B, and we go through that routine to please probably external partners, or to please just to please ourselves, that we are in advanced democracy in Africa, we are doing this and that, when Rome is burning. So then, of course, we have external forces. We need closure on the assassination of Patrice Lumumba. We also need to know the impact of the external hand. Is the external hand also involved in this? And now, when we are looking at the external hand, that's where we need a Pan-Africanist approach to solving the DRC crisis. What is the role of the East African community? What is the role of the ineffectual and the moribund African Union that we hope one day Dr. Matsanga
will be at the helm. What is the role of SADC? What is the role of the frontline states that existed once upon a time, fighting against colonialism in Southern Africa and indeed across the continent? So, and where are the strong African leaders who are Pan-Africanists in the mode of Kwame Nkrumah? We need that in the mode of Muammar Gaddafi. Where are those leaders? Are they in this group? Are we those leaders that the continent has been waiting for? If we are indeed those leaders, then let's step up and, like what one of the ladies said, let's not have this as a talk show so that we continue talking ad infinitum without coming up with solutions, Pan-Africanist solutions. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Charles Motama. Ethnic tension, ethnic hatred. The Congolese of Kinshasa don't want to see the Congolese of Goma, the tall ones, the short ones. The ethnic links are broken down. Buyondo, and no, not Buyondo. Buyondo, you'll come after Turinehao. He has stayed here for a long time. Brother, take your mic and enjoy this mic now. Tell us more.
Thanks.
Don't get annoyed. Don't get annoyed.
It's all right.
It was an oversight.
Okay.
I didn't see you. I am always a very democratic person.
Don't
Thank you.
worry. I got it. I'm gonna be brief. First, I thank Matiang for organizing this space, and we really appreciate the work you are doing, David Machianga, to make sure Africans are unit, to make sure no African is killing another Africa just because of tribe background. We really appreciate. I just came here. What I was going to say, Simon, I think he has said it all. But I'm not gonna go there. I'm Nyamulenge, by the way. I'm not gonna go there speaking the history how Banyamulenge ended up in Congo. I'm not gonna go there. But to make this clear, when Banyamulenge went in Congo, it was not just Banyamulenge. It was the movement of all Africans. I was reading the book the other day, and the book was saying the Kikuyu in Kenya, they came from Congo, by the way, 500 years ago. It's the same years exactly like Banyamulenge, you know? But can you imagine today, for example, Ruto wake up in the morning and say, you Kikuyus, go back to Congo, where you came from. So this is what is going on in Congo when they qualify Banyamulenge as foreigners, as they say they came somewhere. It's a stupid. But people here was speaking about the government. To be honest, in Congo, we don't have the government. Just to be honest, we have a group of cartel who are looting the country and selling our mineral resources to West, and the few money they get in return, they go back to West, they build mansions there. That's how the government is functioning. They don't care about the normal citizens. They don't care if the Congolese, they are able to put something on the table. They don't care if Congolese, they have schools. They don't care if kids are going to school. They don't care at anything, to be honest. So don't say government, Congolese government, pretend like there is no government in Congo, and see how, Africans, you can help us to establish the government, the new government. Because right now, we don't have the government. That's why in Congo they kill people every single day. You know, the government, they don't say anything. You know, they kept quiet because they are busy by stealing Congolese people. I'm gonna give you an example. There is a guy. He was secretary of Kisegeti. You know, he stole 50 million US dollars. You know, and Kisegeti put him in jail, but he didn't put him in jail because he stole the public fund, but he put him in the jail just, you know, to push him aside. You know, because he was a popular politician. But after a few months, you know, the guy, they call him from the prison and they give him a minister of economy. Can you imagine? Right now, he was in South Africa, you know, trying to see if they can have a fufu, because now in Congo we are running out of fufu, you know. So, in a few words, we don't have the government. So the other thing I just want to say, which is a very, very important. In Congo right now, as I speak, there is active genocide against Banyamulenge, against Tutsi from North, against Hema people that are going on. It's active. You know, it's genocide that is active. As we know, in Africa, we experienced one genocide against the Rwandese Tutsi. Now, the history is repeating, you know, and the Africans are quiet. I will say shame to Africans. I'm sorry to say that, but the Africans are quiet. We Banyamulenge, you know, since 2017, Redi Tabara, Burundian militias have been killing us every single day till now. And guess what? The
Please prepare to
okay,
land.
let me land by saying this. Africans, where are you? We need you more. We need you more than before. We need you to stand up and face our president and tell him stop. If you don't do it, nobody's gonna do it for you. It's Africans who are being dying. So, and let me say this to Africans who are here from different countries. Yeah, we are not going to be only the victims of the colonial rules, the way they cut the borders. You know, these are now happening to Maasais. Kenyans are now telling Maasais to go back in Tanzania, or Tanzanians tell Maasai to go back in Kenya. These are not happening to any African tribe, just to us. So
thank you
please
very much.
help us.
We got your point, and I'm one of the few Africans still shouting here and caring about Congo. So don't call all of us. We are not ashamed. I'm fighting. That's why I put this platform to Rene, my brother. Thank you very much for patience. You waited for long, but you can now come down so that we can bring in another speaker up there in your position. Buyondo, and then Zeli, then Mr. That
Sorry,
L-A-R.
Dr. David.
Yes.
There has been someone that's been here from the beginning. I think LA Republic has been here before everybody and has just been waiting to speak.
Who?
LA Republic. If we can allow LA Republic to go, because the speaker has been here before everybody.
Okay, yeah, that's the man I was looking for. Buyondo is a very civilized man from London, no problem. He's my neighbor. You'll keep quiet for some time. Wait a bit. Let's hear from this gentleman. He has been here from the beginning. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matsanga. It's been a while in your space. As always, I appreciate the interest you have for the Congo, for the peace in the Great Lake region. Also, thank you so much, all the participants. Thank you for being there. If you allow me, Dr. Matanga, I would love to clear some misunderstanding that was said earlier about the refugees in 1994. Yes, DRC opened its border, but it was the responsibility of HCR and UNHCR and France to make sure nobody crossed with arm in the Congo. They didn't do their responsibility. So today, DRC is paying the price for being a good citizen of the world, saving people that were being killed. That's the first thing. Second thing, somebody talked about Honoré Ngwanda. Honoré Ngwanda used to be a former presidential security advisor of Mobutu. They say it was a minister of defense. That's a Wikipedia page. It's not correct information. And the third clearance, okay, it's about somebody talked about the land also, but I want to send him the reference. He can go and check it out online. It's AHG/16-1 of 27 July 1964. That was the conclusion of Organization of African United before it became AU. They decide that from that day on, 1964, no other country can come and discuss about border except the border that was there when they reached the independence. Those are the three clearances I wanted to make. Now let me go to the subject. First of all, can peace be achieved in DRC? I would say yes, and it's a big yes. But we have so many challenges. First challenge for me, I would say, DRC must deal with internal issues. Today, they are blaming DRC for many things. DRC, as Congolese, we know we have our internal issue. We have our internal politics we need to clear and fix. That's a done deal. We're not going to ask anybody from outside to come and fix our internal political issue. One of them being the election. Thank you, Dr. Matanga, for making clear that election is an internal matter and your space is not discussing the election of President Tshisekedi. Thank you so much. That's internal issue. I believe DRC of tomorrow, we need to figure out how to have clear election. Second challenge, for us to have peace, we need to discourage all negative talk about community roundtable. Lately, there was a community roundtable in South Kivu, but we realize that there is a narrative coming especially from Rwanda to discourage all Banyamulenge that participate in that roundtable. That's not fair. Those people need peace. They need to sit down because those communities are killing each other. So they need to sit down and talk their matter together. So why discourage those people that want to seek peace among them? That's not fair. We should avoid all negative talk. Third challenge for me, it's no one can save the Congo if not Congo itself. Why I say that, you will realize today they talk about refugees, but many of these refugees, they are being brainwashed. They are being enrolled in the army from some neighboring countries. And those kids, they do not know nothing about Congo. When they come in the Congo with the brainwashed, with the Republic of Kivu narrative, those kids are perpetrating, they want to get back on the country to the Congo, but they are being so brainwashed, they don't know which way is the Congo anymore. Is it Rwanda? Is it Congo? They don't know. And that's a big deal. We as Congolese, we need to make sure we clear the narrative too. And also, MONUSCO and EAC, they have all shown their inability without the Congolese population support. I think we should be on the same page because today, the trust between EAC and the Congolese people is dead. Congolese people do not trust EAC anymore. Why is that? I will give you a simple fact. Before M23 retrieved from Kichanga, they give specific order to the Ugandan army. No FRDC knew to come on this area. Uganda army respect it. Somehow, some way, there was a report. Journalists went there from TV5 Monde. They filmed, they have video of people talking how they have been killed in church. And that area was controlled by M23. Today, the narrative is about genocide in East Congo. There's a genocide happening, but go check it out, Dr. Matsanga. I know you are a wise man, you are very knowledgeable. You will realize wherever they found dead people, M23 had been there. So what's the deal? Who's killing Congolese? Why changing the narrative? That's not fair. We should be honest among each other, like you say, Dr. Matsanga. Honesty will bring peace. But if we are not honest among each other, that will be a problem. Another point I wanted to make is, okay, the MONUSCO have this program called PDRRCS. This program, another narrative coming from Rwanda especially, they are discouraging people, especially those from armed group that wants to ally themselves with the Nairobi Accord, the Luanda Accord, where they ask them to stop fighting. Some of those fighters, those from armed group, they are leaving those armed group, go back to MONUSCO.
What has happened to you?
Can you hear me? I'm sorry, my mic was off. Sorry. So, the narrative coming from some neighboring country is they want to discourage DRC because the government of DRC has proposed a law where they're still thinking it's not a law yet, it's a proposal. They're still discussing how they're gonna manage all this armed group. Should they be called reservists? Should they be inserted in the national army? Or what shall we do about that? But the narrative, that kind of disturb the discussion in the parliament is that, okay, DRC, now the army is joining the Wazalendo to fight Tutsi. That's a wrong narrative because the government has not specified which armed group will be reservist. So we need to stop those kind of negative narrative, and these are challenges for us. If we really want peace, we need to be positive about it. We need to seek and be honest among each other. Last thing, it's about obstacle, Dr. Machanga. Today, I'm quite sure you're aware that the SADC, SADC, has agreed to send an offensive force. You heard on this speech, somebody was talking about negative, about being, oh, the SADC, they've been in DRC, the car was broken and this and this. He gave a very fake story. Let me tell you this, Dr. Machanga. Today, the obstacle for peace in Congo will be EAC. Why I say that? When you go back in 2000, the SADC was with the government of Congo. They fight against Rwanda Army and RCD and Uganda and Burundi and back that time. So today, with Rwanda, Uganda, DRC, all being in AAC, what can you say? How can you imagine member of the same regional organization? One of them is supplying a militia. And a lady just said here, it's not a problem. You know this was supporting by this. That's very bad. We are in the same organization. Why would you support a militia to come in my country, destabilize my country, kill my people, and tomorrow you want us to have economic exchange? That's not fair. You see, that's an obstacle. That's DRC of tomorrow. When the SADC will send its troop, that will be a challenge for peace. Thank you, Dr. Machanga. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, brother. Sorry for waiting for long. An oversight. But as usual, I'm a Democrat who does not just follow. Where did we get this word that every 5 years we should hold elections? Where did we get the law? We talk about that next time. Well, we Africans, we just copy everything. Well, that 5 years hold election. If you even you don't have a toilet, you want to hold election every 5 years. Shut up. Oh my God. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you. That is for a teaser. Zeli, Buyondo, Buyondo, then
I think
Zeli.
it's beyond the beyond
Buyondo.
Buyamungu.
There you go.
Dr. David, before we proceed with Buyamungu, I just want to state that There are people that are disrespectful on the platform. I've removed some of them and I will not allow them back on, as due to the fact that nobody's
Are
adhering
you
to the
hearing
fact
him?
that you ask people to
Is it
respect
my
one
turn,
another.
Dr. Matsanga?
So
Just
not
hold
yet.
on, Zeli.
There are people that are still not hearing to the rules. We had asked that when people are speaking, whether you disagree with them or not, it's their experiences and their opinions, and they have a right to their opinion, and you should respect them. So if you are not going to respect one another on this platform, I will remove you guys. And all I'm asking of y'all is to respect one another's opinions. Wait until it's your turn to speak and state your opinion. But this is not, we are not barbaric people. We are not going to degrade one another on this platform. If you guys want to do that, find another platform that allows that. Thank you, Dr. David.
It's
Thank
okay
you
that I
very much.
speak now.
Buyondo and
Buyo
then
Mungu,
Zeli.
you forgot me.
Who is this now? I've forgotten who.
It's me, Boyo Mungu.
See, I'm calling you Buyondo. You are my neighbor.
I'll see you in Crystal Palace
Now,
very soon.
before you go, make it quick, short, precise.
Don't worry,
You're a
I'll be 4
graduate of
minutes
a
and 3
master's
seconds.
degree.
I'll be 4 minutes and 3 seconds.
Yes. You're a
Jebale,
master's
Jebale
degree
Sebo.
graduate, my friend. Don't just go like a first degree graduate. Thank you.
No problem. Jebale Sebo. Bite to the Rwandese friends, Bote to the Congolese brothers and sisters here, and Habari to everybody. And yeah, look, everyone's made a point and everyone said what they have to say, and it's all very interesting. I was recently, as of 2 weeks ago, some of you who know me, who have my contacts, know that I was in Rwanda and I was also in Congo in the space of last month. I stepped out the Goma airport and I turned left 1,000 meters going towards Bunagana, a thousand meter drive, and I saw the makeshift camps of at least 1 million individuals. I was also in Rwanda and I also went to the refugee camps. The makeshift camps that I saw in Goma, I understand why Kenya Unurata, the former Prime Minister or President of Kenya, was crying in tears. I've never seen such refugee makeshift camp like this before in my life. Such an inhumane experience of all tribes of Congo, from Tutsis to Hutus, to all tribes you can imagine that are from the regions. And I asked myself questions from some of the colleagues that are here who are Rwandese and who are Congolese and who are battling over tribal warfare in some sense. These people
We have a problem with the commander, with the business. Americans. They want to know what you're doing that platform. It goes down. So, Africa, do you hear me?
I think we're having a bit of a connection issue from your end, Doc.
Come in with music to stabilize it.
Oh, now we are getting you. Now we are getting you.
Yeah. Africa, do you hear me now?
We can hear you, Dr.
Now
David.
it is my brother here he does a lot of business. So they follow his phone all the time. Every time he starts talking, they go for him. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let's move on. We are about to come back to our previous speakers. but there is Commander
Can I
Eric.
finish, Dr. Masanga? I will finish. I won't be long, don't worry. I've got like a minute and a half left.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Buyondo, thank you very much.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Buyomungu.
With that being said, Buyomungu. It's fine. Don't worry.
Yes,
With that
I
being
want
said,
Commander Eric. Commander Eric, where are you? And Commander Safi, you are listening today. You be the listening to tell your commander that Matanga, my message I will give you to send now publicly. But Commander Eric, you came in here and you went away. I wanted to give you after Zedi. So you come back on the platform, please, and tell us when will you stop this war? Buyomundo.
yes, as I was saying, I can't remember where I was, but I want to hold you guys up forever. With what is being said, look, yes, Congolese put their hands up, and we all admit that Tshisekedi, in the last 20 years, we have a government that is incompetent. All Congolese agree to that. All Congolese understand that we have an incompetent government, and we always had it from Joseph Kabila and now even to the new president. With that being said, it doesn't mean that we should be treated as barbaric by the supporting countries. Yes, Chantel was here. She said a great point. She indicated that, yes, look, we know this M23s are funded by someone. They had to be funded, of course. But do you know what will be even a greater achievement for Paul Kagame and Rwanda? If he assembled the countries that are there now, the East African community, the SADC community, to put pressure on the Congolese government to take down the FDLR rather than to fund the support of a rebel group. He will be seen as a hero in that way if he'd done that 20 years ago, or even 10 years ago, even 5 years ago. But ultimately, his approach has destabilized it in a way that's never been done before. We, as I was saying, with the mining concessions that we have in Kivu, I won't deny to you, Mai are there. And why are reason Mai there? And why do they say that they are there and what they're doing? Because there's no jobs. As I always said to you, there is no jobs. These kids, they finish whatever, they don't even finish school. So the first thing they know is to join Mai because nothing is there for them. And that's in Wadikali. Nothing is there for them. So they join Mai and they're part of these rebel groups. Ultimately, they have nothing to do. But you think if they had a job, do you think they would join Mai? Impossible. Of course, the reason why they have no job is because of incompetent government. Of course. So what do we have to do? What, create another rebel group to bring them down? No, you create jobs, you create economic pathways for them to go into something afterwards. That's the reason why we had an agreement just recently in 2020 between Uganda and Rwanda. A fantastic agreement. We're going to build a road between Goma going all the way to Bunagana. Fantastic idea. This is going to create so much jobs. And what happens a year and a half later? I think Lukwago mentioned it. M23 came out of nowhere. Why did M23 come up? Why would Kagame do such things? This is ridiculous. Why would you create war? We're about to create a lot of jobs for our area. And then when there's jobs, there's jobs, what happens? There is no beef. There is no war. There's a stable economy that's growing. There's businesses that's growing around it and thriving. People are earning money. Why would anyone participate in the war? With that being said, as I was in Goma as well, and I have businesses in Goma, I'm building a children park right now, a water park for children right now in the center of Goma. It's going to be finished by July. With other investors, that's the main investor that's leading on it, of course. I'm part of the project. With that being said, if us as a region, us Congolese, we hold Tshisekedi into account, we know that he's an incompetent idiot and he's not sophisticated enough to lead such a giant country. We accept that. But at the same time, I challenge, if you are a real person of Burundi's, or if you're a real person of African descent, you have to challenge your leader as well, particularly with the M23 matters, and say to them, how can you fund this support of M23? We should be shouting and saying, Museveni, Kagame should be shouting and saying to the other leaders around before he provides guns to rebels, to say to them as they're doing now, let's put pressure on the Congolese government to get rid of these groups. Let's work with them to get rid of these groups. He will be appreciated so much more, and he will be seen in the light that he wants to be seen as a martyr for his country. He will be appreciated more. But to provide guns to a rebel to go fight to their own people, that's absolutely wrong. Okay, I will finish off right now. With that being said, I also want most Congolese that are supporting saying, "Oh, FDLR should be returning to Rwanda," that's absolutely wrong too. That's wrong as well. We should also, if anyone's saying that, you should also rot in hell with them. And if you are Rwandese and you're saying, "Oh, they've been in refugee camps for 30 years," the refugee camps that I'm going to Uganda next week. I've seen the refugee camps in Aru and Arua of Congolese that are there, and in Ituri regions and so forth. I've been to these camps. You cannot compare. But you should not, in no way, in ever, if you are a real person, you've seen genocide, as you said, as a Rwandese, whoever you are, and you said you've seen genocide. There is no way, as a human being, you should be supporting the matter of M23. Same as Congolese, we should be cutting down the FDLR, and same as Rwanda, we should be cutting down the M23 and work together as two nations. Because I was in Rwanda as well, and most Rwandese are on this chat. They know that as well. I was in Rwanda. I was looking at properties in Rwanda just as recently, and it was all fair. Everything was fair and everything was right. But we should know no one. It doesn't make any sense in Africa's mindset to be saying that these rebels this, rebels that. We should be condemning our governments because of these kind of stuff. We should be healing them and saying you are doing the wrong thing. And I leave my mic for that. And just everyone be more conscious about how you speak about rebels and so forth in people's lives.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Commander Safi back. I can see you. Don't think you are going to hide from me. I would not request you to hand, but you stay there and listen to my message today and take it seriously. We have now come to almost the end of the session, but Zeli, our sister from Ethiopia, and then Mr. Hunter, Mr. Active, Mr. Activist, then Mr. Hunter, then Mr. Spoy King. Those are the people I want on the platform now.
No, I came before Spoy King.
Okay, I was going to give you a chance. Now you have said they would say I've chosen you first. I want you to begin. After Zeli, you speak. Then I go in that order of Active, Hunter, Spoy, and a Chunk. Stop there. Then I give the summary to our co-host, and I give Mr. Lukwago last. It's a chance to tell us. We need to close by 2 o'clock. So you have 1 minute each. 2 o'clock of East African time, which is 12 midnight here, where I am right now. So, because I have not eaten food, I don't want to collapse here. Thank you. Mr. Expo, 1 minute and a half.
Thank you so much, Dr. David. So, only the thing I want to talk about is the people who think president of Rwanda is Pan-Africanism, but is Pan-Africanism. Because if you want to know more about Congo, you should know when the first time when he came in DRC and he was called himself and his group label. It was called AFDEL, and he called them their Banyamulenge. But when they get on top, he just put Joseph Kabila, who was our enemy, as Banyamulenge. So I came from South Kivu, and I'm belonging part of Banyamulenge. And I want to clear this thing. This war we're going through right now, some of them they call genocide, and I agree with them. They are genocide, but they are genocide who we killed by other Tutsi who came from Rwanda. They call Red Taba. They came from Burundi when they fell coup in Burundi. They ran away to Rwanda and they get trained over there, and they came in in Minembwe, they kill Banyamulenge, who they call them Tutsi. They are Tutsis. So whoever think like Paul Kagame he's fighting for Tutsi, he's like totally wrong, because he wanna use that name for their own benefit. He wanna use that name for like whatever the thing he wanna get through Congo is just use that name. He used I'm coming fighting for Tutsi Congolese, Banyamulenge, but he's the first one who killed them in 2017. Nobody said like Banyamulenge there is some genocide going on over there, but after when M23 start, they start calling, hey, stop genocide in Congo. But 2017, all village was burned, but nobody say it because they know there was in their plan. So we have some they call him Dr. Ntwari Bukuru Ntwari. He was killed by Rwanda because he just said Regi Tabade king Banyamulenge, but Regi Tabade was supported by Rwandans. So who is the really enemy for Tutsis? He's Paul Kagame. Paul Kagame, he wanna use just Tutsis name or Banyamulenge for their own benefit, but he doesn't really care about like Tutsis or other Congolese. So we have like whoever wanna talk about Congo, what's going on, he should know who is really Paul Kagame. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zeli.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Masanka. Hello, everybody. The root cause of everything in DRC and also the rest of Africa is the lack of economic growth, the lack of businesses. Since businesses do not have access to funding, they don't grow. So what we can do to bring about positive change in the DRC and the rest of Africa is to provide these big fundings to businesses within each of the countries and find a way for the people to benefit from the resources of the country. So like in Congo, we have to find a way for the people to be shareholders in the mining companies. Maybe some of you have access to the companies who are doing the mining, and maybe you can talk to them and we can provide like the technical help to get the people to become shareholders. It could be a small amount, but as long as people are shareholders in something, it kind of brings peace to the region, because for one thing, people have hope and they can use like the same funding mechanism to fund their businesses that they have in mind, big or small. So I think there's an indirect way of dealing with the killings and everything, just by bringing people together in economic interest group and allowing the citizens to become partakers of the wealth of their country. And we can also let other Africans be partakers of what's happening in the Congo. That way, if any African can invest in any other African country, our actual economic unity would become a reality. So that's one thing, economic conditions. And the
You
other
can
one,
land.
okay, all right. Okay, I
We
would
don't
land
have
that
much
there.
time, madam.
Okay, thank you.
You have
Thank you.
made a very good point of economic
Okay,
activity empowerment, so
yeah.
that root cause, partly people are unemployed, they end up as terrorists and the fighters and the rebels. That's a good point you've made.
Thank you, Dr. Matsanka, for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to your next space.
Yes, thank you. And all the time, you Ethiopians were very good people on table. All of you agreed quickly to come back and get your nation back. Congolese, Congo is like a nightmare where we are now. We have tried all other ways to bring these people together, but you can see even the confusion we have. Next is Mr. I've done away with that one. Next is Mr. Activity.
All right. Hello, Dr. David Matsanga. It's been a while. I missed you a lot, and I missed your activism. I miss your experience as well in terms of conflict solving and all that. Because I really, on top of actually following you here on Space, but I've really followed you on social media, read about you and everything. So you're really amazing. You're really amazing, and seeing you here on Space and really, sharing your experience and advising people has really encouraged us a lot. So thank you very much. We are so much appreciative, and I wish everybody would give you a big round of applause because, man, you deserve it. You deserve it. And we want to always go into your footsteps because you are someone we really appreciate and has done a lot. So for me, when I look at the topic, here is what comes into my mind right away. I feel like it is possible for all problems in DRC to be solved. It is very, very possible. Because impossibility does not, the impossibility is always negative. So I feel like, okay, it is not impossible, but instead it's really possible. But I just want to make this clear point. It will never be possible until we have a government in a place that will be able to treat all citizens equally as possible. Look, Congo Congo had its independence June 30, 1960. But let me tell you something right now. But Kinyarwanda speaking people are those people that had never been independent ever since. Never been independent. Independence has been there, but we have never been independent at all. Congolese Tutsis never experienced any independence. We are still under the bondage of Congolese governments. Government after government after government throughout its all succession. We never experienced independence. In fact, for those of you who are familiar with me, I always told you that Congolese Tutsis are the only tribe that never had a flag they can pledge allegiance to. We never had such a flag. Never. We never had freedom. We never had independence. We never. And I don't think we're having such privileges soon. Look, when I look at how the doors were widely open for genocide perpetrators to continue genocide on Tutsis in the DRC, I really feel like the fact that the world is not paying attention to that, it's a betrayal in itself. The world is betraying us in itself. Like the world does not care about Tutsi lives at all. At all. And I want everyone to understand what I'm saying right here. Just because I'm talking on behalf of Tutsi does not mean I stereotype anybody else. Does not mean I want to discriminate against anybody else. No, I am I'm that type of person who never want to be, on the side of discrimination. Never at all. We Africans, we are Pan-Africanists, but I want everyone to be unapologetically Pan-Africanist, because if we don't strive for Pan-Africanism, where everyone enjoys the privileges like anybody else, peace will never come. Peace will never come. Dr. David Matsanga and everybody else and all the co-hosts I'm seeing right here, let me inform you about this particular point. We have been discriminated against from 1965. From 1965, but the discrimination took the toll in 1994 when we were chased, we were forced out of our country. Out of our country, we had to go to neighboring countries to suffer all kinds of mistreatment and oppression and all that. Look, I am so much appreciative for the government of Rwanda, even though many people are actually blaming Rwanda and everything, but I am so much appreciative for that government because if it wasn't for such a government, my community members would not have existed, would not have survived from all these atrocities. I want to focus on this very point. I remember recently. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me land in a bit. I remember recently, in the footstep of President Mobutu and the President Laurent Desire Kabila and the President Joseph Kabila, we have the current president who is actually promoting everyone who speaks out against Tutsis. He's promoting everyone who is against Tutsi, everyone who wants Tutsis to be exterminated and excluded from our own country. He's promoting everyone who's actually going that way. My brothers and sisters, if you are considering yourself as human beings, you should start advocating for human beings, not just stereotyping anyone and, siding on the oppression side. So I had a lot to say, but unfortunately, time does not allow me to. But I just want to understand that I want you to understand that the world will always experience problems and chaos in DRC if they don't advocate for everyone, regardless of where they come from, regardless of who they look like, regardless of how much money they have, regardless of whoever they are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I told you that when somebody is speaking, you give him a chance to speak. The moment you show that sign on this platform, I take you out. Yes, and we are watching. So we are almost coming to the end of, we are not going, Mr. Sergeant, Sarge, we are not going to allow you back because you showed bad manners. That's not a problem. Don't do that. Allow a person to, we don't want intolerance here. You have already, intolerance has caused us to create this platform because people are fighting. So when we come here, we should show some sense of peace. Thank you. Our next speaker is the hunter. No, Mr. Espoy. Mr. Espoy, then Hunter, then Mr. Lukwago.
Thank you so much, Dr. Masanga. I'm going to be very brief and talk on a topic. Can peace be achieved in the DRC? Challenge and obstacle. As my predecessor said, it is possible. What is the obstacle why we cannot achieve peace? The government of DRC has treated some individual as a second-class citizens of its own country. And as once Bob Marley says, until there's no longer second-class citizens of any nation, he was talking about Zimbabwe. That's us today, as a Tutsis and Banyamulenge in Congo. We have been treated as a second-class citizen. Since I can tell you, like my grandfather was buried alive in 1966. I am a survivor of a Gatumba massacre in 2004. I can go down and tears. But the thing is, the government of DRC does not care about us. You don't hear even the silence of medias of the issues in Kivu, in Ituri for the Hamas, and the Tutsi in the North Kivu does not speak about it. And that is really an issue. I feel like, in my own opinion, the government of the Kinshasa is only limited in Kinshasa. It does not care about the people in Kivu. We saw what happened in Kalehe this week. The citizens who were there was an inundation, like there was some crisis with the water. A lot of people died. They bury them as like animals. No wonder why. No wonder why. As people in Kivu, we can get it. No help. Just to land, I appreciate your time. We don't need um to be satisfied with mediocre leaders, which I find it amazing. Like our people, like we have become so tribal. If a leader does bad things or good things, if it is from this tribe, that's it. People are satisfied with mediocrity. That should be end, and we need a set of law. We don't have a set of law. Somebody once said we don't have a state of law. There's no accountability either from our leaders and the criminals, and it is sad. I was actually happy when our government said they're not gonna integrate any more rebels in the government armies or whatever. The perpetrator and those who killed us in Minembwe and everyone else, now they are in the army. They call them the Wazalendo, and I see no peace with them, and until those people they has not been held accountable in the justice, the war shall continue. Thank you, Dr. Matanga, for your activism and for continue to educate us African and to find the solution among ourselves. Thank you so much for your platform.
Thank you very much. That is very good. We are moving fast. Uh, um, don't allow any more people now. We have no time. We can't pass past 2 o'clock. The people who have spoken, I'm not going to allow. I only wanted Commander Eric, but he's gone. I'll get him another day, but Safe Safi, you will take the information. I know you are listening for them. As a commander, you will take the information. Don't worry. We are not here to castigate anybody. We are not here to condemn. We are here to find solutions. And we seem to have come to almost there. So let's be very strong. Lukwago, where have you gone again? Mr. Lukwago, you have to speak and you are falling off. Yes, Lukwago, make your submission. No, Hunter, sorry. Lukwago, hold the fire. Mr. Hunter.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our king, our master, our mediator. Without you, the platform, without you, Africans could not meet. We thank you. Live long. Good health. I could have spoken, but because of time, I won't be brief. One, the East African Regional Force, the United Nations to Congo, MONUSCO, the East African Community, and the President-elect, Mr. Felix, or Honorable Felix, are the obstacle and the problem into achieving the peace, tranquility, and economic prosperity in Congo. There is all evidences that peace can prevail in Congo. The issue of clans in Congo, the issue of armed rebels, the M23, is a story created by the very leaders who are supposed to bring about peace and broker peace. We should stop, and I say we should stop discussing issues of Tutsis, issues of all other clans in Congo. Rwanda became a stable country after they realized that if they were united, they will achieve the peace. Rwanda is a stable country with peace, doing its own things and focusing for the prosperity and success of its country. And so to all our brothers in Africa, the philosophy of Africanism should again be rejuvenated. Dr. Masanga, the great man of repute, the great man of all values, the great man who is fighting for the democracy and the human rights across Africa, should stand, and we should support him in this space and say that the president being elected has got the authority to stand and say, no, enough is enough. I have been elected by the majority people of Congo, and I want to bring peace. And he should send away the United Nations peacekeeping mission. I had a point I wanted to deliver today, that there is a country in Africa that sent over 800 peacekeepers in terms of forces by leaders from other African nations. And the leaders have taken hostage that country. And this is because the leader who was elected, Mr. Felix, is asleep, and maybe he has brokered a deal with these other African presidents so that they can be able to take the resources of Congo from there. And so finally, Mr. Masanga and Dr. Masanga, the great man, I want to send a warning to the president of Congo that he should rise to the occasion and say no. He cannot allow the soldiers to go there in Congo and protect the land of presidents of other nations who have occupied land, and they are saying protect then all of those plants and crops which are being planted. The issue of Africanism should start and continue, and we should struggle hard to ensure that no country is invading another country's land, resources, for the good of leaders who are in office. This is a serious thing that I'm telling you, because I have a friend, a great friend, who has sent me the photos, and he is crying that they were taken to Congo to protect maize, which is being cultivated by a president who sent them there. This is nonsense and should come to a standstill. The Congo brothers and sisters should stop crying and tell the president in the face that he should rise to the occasion and say no and protect the values of the Congo people, because he's got the hammer, the arm of the authority and the power to protect the citizens of Congo. The UN peacekeeping mission should move away. The Organization of African Commission should also move away because they have failed. And if it is not going to be so, we African fighters, guided by the principles and values of Africanism, we will ask Dr. Masanga to make a declaration and ask all the international treaties to stand guided and be directed. Thank you because of time. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether my studio can give us one number to warm up before Lukwago comes in. One number is 1 minute past 12 here. One good number. I'm not accepting any more call, any more talk. We have had enough. We have listened for 4 hours. That's very good for us. We shall record and send it to you. So studio, please. Stephen. Yeah, send one number. Make people's
Oh, Toddy, what shall we do? Since John, what shall we do?
all things. You come on the stage, you play, take your part, and you leave the stage. It has come to that time when we shall leave the stage. Those who waited until I finish, then they come in. Unfortunately, we have been here for 4 hours, and we cannot wait any longer. So, Mr. Azza, what are you saying?
Thank you very much, Dr. David. I really wanted to rebound from unfortunate the missed target of the topic of today, which is a very beautiful topic, and I miss it. I'm so sorry I was at work, but if I can have like 1 minute, I think I'll clean up.
Go ahead.
Misunderstanding of our brothers in Yamulingi. So, Mr. David, I just said everybody's here. I want all of us as African people to understand that most of Africans, they are lack of knowledge of history of their continent, which is it's dragging us down. I'm not gonna talk about Congo. I'll go back to Zaire because that's where I learned my knowledge of my country, Zaire. And today I can hear some fellow Congolese brothers say that they are even applauding somebody who bring the war in their country, Mr. Kagame, Mr. President of Rwanda. They're applauding him because they think he's a model. It's a kind of a shame. Congo never attacked any country in Africa. Congolese people, they never go across the border to create any chaos. but yet I'll hear somebody call himself Congolese, but uploading. Of course, they are against Mr. Tshisekedi because I hear somebody saying that Nyamulenge are not independent. Are you serious? When you are a citizen of the country, what independence you want? A tribe independence, that means you want to have your own country in the country. It's so sad to hear our people, Nyamulenge, Congolese Nyamulenge, the way they are portraying our country, because President Tshisekedi know everything's happening. We got no time. Unfortunately, there's so much to talk, Mr. David. We really need to clear this up. In Congo, there's not only in the east of Congo, there's a killing. What is this? In Kasai, which is my province, there was a lot of killing there. If you go to Bakongo, there's a lot of killing. If you go to Bandundu, even now it's happening. There's a lot of killing. But if you hear my brothers from the Tutsi, when they are come to the platform, they only talk for themselves. If you are not patriots, then who are you? It's a good question that I'm going to call them here. If I have to go deep down to bring down the reality of our history, and then they'll get mad because the fact in Congo, we have a lot of Congolese people, which they come from a different country. We have in Angola, there's a Congolese Angola too, as we have a Rwandese Congolese. So which they call themselves Tutsi, because this history, I can talk about this every day. They will be stubborn to know when I learn the history. Congo is in 1985. In Congo, there was immigration of Tutsi. They used to call them Nyarwanda people. Before even they called them Nyamulenge. There was a Nyarwanda people, the immigrant from Kingdom of Rwanda. They came to Congo. And those people, they come to integrate, they exode to Congo. And it's okay. But they want to occupy the land. They want to have their independence. What kind of independence? As a citizen, you know, today, before I go down, today we're talking about killing. But who's killing? They call themselves they are autochthon from Congo. But why are you concerned about people come from Rwanda? They say there's a peace in Rwanda. But the FDLR, they are Rwandese. Why can you make peace with your own people, FDLR, with Interamwe people? We are tired of this complaint. We are tired of this kitchen talk of Tutsi people they are doing in Congo. And then for me to say this one, the last one, I just want a peace in my country. If they tell you that they are from Congo, but why this president, they are pointing fingers, he said it. He even risked his life. He said, Nyamulenge are Congolese. Do you know how many Congolese, they don't believe Nyamulenge are Congolese, but the president protect them? Since the Congo is the Congo, we've never had a president who speak loudly, do not touch Nyamulenge, because most of rebels, they're coming from Rwanda. Can you imagine, Mr. David, in my country, we had a head of the army was a Rwandese person, Mr. James. At the same time, when they kicked him out, he went back to be a head of army in Rwanda. Do you know how Congo was infiltrated with Rwandese? And now, most of them, they came in 1997, and then those head people, but what about the Silverton soldiers? They remain there. Some of them, they are here in this topic talking. We are the Rwandese people. They're claiming they are Congolese, which is okay. It's their legal thing. But you don't want to come to somebody's country to change their rule, to occupy their land. The land is not for us. It's for our ancestors. So that's all I can say. I hope we're going to have this topic again. Just make it clear and make peace.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Safari, you only need to wait until your chance. I was going to call you, but the sign you have used is not wanted in this space. So you missed the chance, Mr. Safari. Thank you very much. Fish.
Just Dr. Masang, it was me. I've been here a long time.
Who is that?
Dev, I've been here a long time.
Oh, yeah. Okay, 1 minute.
Thank you, Dr. Matanga, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've heard a lot of things here, especially I'd like to really go through a little bit what Manzi, I think activist, Simon, they talked about a lot of things and things that are not true. First, starting with Simon, I can assure Simon we can go through the books. I don't know what books he reads. There's no the part of Congo that he's saying was Kingdom of Rwanda. It was never Kingdom of Rwanda. Books are there. Belgians wrote a lot about it. It was never part of that kingdom. And I know it's not the debate of today, but I just want to correct that. Secondly, he talked about Mobutu Sese Seko opening the door for the Interahamwe, or the people who committed the genocide in Rwanda. You know, people talk too much. I don't know why, to try and give themselves reason. But let me say this. It was clear, even Kengo Adondo, who was the prime minister at that time, has clarified. Congo, if Congo opened the border, I think somebody said it here, I think it's Monsieur La République, he talked about UNHCR. So I think he wanted to talk about United Nations. We are part of the United Nations international community. These were refugees coming in millions, fleeing the what you call them in Kontani from Rwanda. When they're coming, they are mixed. You know, they are uh, normal civilians and some people with guns. And at this time, they are all mixed. And there's no maybe time to try and say who has this and who has this. The call came from international community to open the border for humanitarian sake. You have to open the border. You cannot, the border was closed. They were refusing them to cross. The international community obliged Congo to open the border for international, for humanitarian sake. Now, we have to pay the price because we're trying to be good to receive refugees. Now, when the refugees came, I mean, when they all came, obviously there were some with guns, the one they call in the Ramwe. When they came to Congo, activists said they made them flee to Rwanda. First, this was 1994. Rwanda was not peaceful. And I don't know how, because I've seen even some people, when Rwanda commemorate the 29th year of genocide, they say we've been also in the refugee camp for 29 years. So how come some people were fleeing Rwanda because the country is not stable and you were going back to that mess? I've never understood that. Let's say that is true. You went to Rwanda in 1994. But you cannot say, as you said, that is a Congolese government that chased you. I've never seen, even today, because they're accusing today's government, being against the Tutsi. No, let's be clear. We have a minister of infrastructure. He's a Tutsi. He's within that government. So whenever you talk about government, always know that the Tutsis are included in that government. When you talk about the army, activists said their tribe, like speaking about Tutsis, they have never pledged allegiance to any flag. First, that is wrong. If you are saying you are Congolese, how can you say since independence you've never pledged allegiance to the Congolese flag and you are saying you are Congolese? And then tomorrow you say you are being discriminated. You are discriminating yourself. By just saying that, you are discriminating yourself. You say our tribe has never pledged to any flag. Come on, activists, you cannot say that. You are Congolese. You have to pledge allegiance to your Congolese
Dave,
country, to your Congolese flag. I'm learning, doctor, because there's
the
so many
land,
things
please.
that
We are tired.
were said here. Yes, I'm gonna land. That were said here. Really, I don't have time to go through. But let me go to today's problem. 1994. That's when all this mess started. The mess started in the region. It's not coincidence. It's not a coincidence that it started with the coming into power of Paul Kagame. Somebody said it here, and Simon said it's normal that Congolese Tutsis joined the movement to liberate Rwanda. He said it's normal. But I can just tell him it's the same movement that attacked Congo in 1996. Before, because I asked to speak a long time ago, maybe 2 hours ago, because I've left, I had prepared the list of massacres more than 20 massacres, 100 people. I can even tell you in Makobola, more than 700 people were buried alive. By who? By the same Tutsis. Now, when we talk, let's talk fact. When you say there is a genocide going on against the Tutsi, I know there is a problem. I understand. There is a Kodeko with the Hema over there, Lendu and Hema. We have so many problems in Kasai, in the South Kivu. We have so many problems. Let's not always single out the Tutsis, Tutsis, Tutsis. It's not about Tutsis. It's about all Congolese friends. Let's be, you see, the letters will be going around viral. We Tutsis, we Tutsis. Come on. We know in Rwanda, that's how Tutsis came. Today, Tutsis are 15% of the population. They rule over 85% of the population. It's okay. But it cannot happen in Congo if it happened in Rwanda. And if Kagame sold that dream to the people who joined his movement to liberate Rwanda, now 1996, it was time to liberate Congo. It will never work. We are all Congolese. Let's work together for the better of Congo. Be your neighbor's keeper. You shouldn't be, because M23 can kill and you say it's justified because they are defending themselves. Today, M23 has displaced more than 1 million people who are sleeping outside with no food just because they want to defend the rights of refugees who are in Rwanda. They say 70,000. Now, compare those 70,000 to those 1 million people. One Tutsi equal 1,000 of other people? Is that how you see it? Come on, guys. Sometimes we have to stop this. It shouldn't be about Tutsi. Look, everybody who came here, you don't even know my tribe. I did not speak about my tribe. Tutsi, Tutsi, we Tutsis, we Tutsis. Come on. Stop this utilization of everything. Everything should not be about Tutsis. Leave that in Rwanda. We don't want that in
Thank
Congo.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Fish in 1 minute.
Thank you, brother Matasinga. Dr. Matasinga, I want to say, I don't know if I woke up on the wrong side of the bed today or what, but, I like your title says, Can Peace Be Achieved in the DRC? Sometimes I am wondering this, for example, a situation that's going on in Ukraine. Recently, Russian speaker Dmitry said, let everybody remember Russia, 1 million soldiers sacrificed their life for protect Mother Russia. But I sit here and think about, if I was the president of Russia, I would not sit back and watch as our people are dying. I'm a little bit upset with this. I cannot agree with this. I cannot, you know, I cannot. I don't like that direction. Sitting back and wait. You know, maybe another 1 million are gonna die, just like World War II. Another million Russians are gonna die in Ukraine, and then we finally get victory. I don't. This is sad. This is very sad. Um, so I think peace, it needs to be demonstrated sometimes. It needs to be shown to the world. It needs to be shown to the world that, this person is willing to take strong actions, or at least efforts to attempt to resolve or create peace. So far we are doing this, but we are doing this at the cost of our people. That's what I'm trying to say. Russia should not sit back and wait, because they're sending weapons to Ukraine. And this is the same thing maybe going on in, for example, Nigeria. And for example, in Sudan. Where American occupational government, alongside with the British, they decide to bring democracy, or their form of democracy, freedom, and independence to other countries. So, and this is to us Russian, this is called Nazism. When you try to go into other country and dictate their freedom and independence, this is Nazism. This is fascism. This is communism. And so Russia, they don't like communism. They don't like Nazis. They like free thinking. In Russia, you can be anybody you want to be, Jewish, Muslim. In America, you have Jewish, Muslim. They're all fighting each other. So they have us pointing our fingers at each other while they're sitting back laughing like King Charles. This is number one joker. Number one joker. He has South African diamonds on his crown. He goes to these African countries and he talks to them about freedom and democracy. I would say, if I was the president of South Africa, I would say everybody born in United Kingdom is getting deported back to United Kingdom tomorrow. We're forbidding anybody from United Kingdom to enter our country. That's what I would say. Some king that's not even recognized by the African people. Some king that robbed the African people of their diamonds, put it on his head, and he's preaching to them about freedom and democracy. Guys, this is number one joker, just like America. They created, for example, this money. The first American dollar was a symbol of a handshake between the indigenous people of the American country and Christopher Columbus, who came from British. So when they shake, so listen to this. When under this symbol of a handshake, 99% of native indigenous tribes in America are gone. They're dead. This is a fact. Where are they? You created the dollar under the symbol of a handshake. This is a fact. The first US currency was a coin. It was a golden coin with the symbol of a handshake. So where's that peace? You killed all the native tribes in America. Who has it saved? Who has the dollar saved? So these are people, they are lying. Under the symbol of a handshake, they are robbing and killing people. That's what they are doing. So they are not going to fool the Russian people. They are not going to fool the Russian people, and they're not going to fool the African people. Because in our history, in our DNA already in our DNA, we already understand where this imperialism, communism, and Nazism stems from and comes from. The head, the snake cannot operate without the head. That's all I'm going to say. So thank you very much, Dr. Matasinga. God bless all African nation from Russia, all Nigeria, South Africa, Biafra land, everybody, Zimbabwe, Sudan, everybody. God bless. So yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Matasinga. I appreciate it.
Dr. David, are you still with us? Dr. David, it seems we have lost Dr. David. I'm sure he'll be able to get back to us, but we have...
I'm around the corner, and I will want now to take this opportunity to invite Mr. Lukwago. Then we put it to you. You say your words. Then you hand it over the microphone to me. I close the session. Mr. Lukwago, key points that you have learned from this, challenges, obstacles. Summarize them for us. Which way forward solutions?
Thank you so much, Dr. David Masan, Radio Punchline, and Deron Africa. Thank you so much. Actually, our brothers and sisters from Rwanda, be humble, okay? Be humble from the Pan-African perspective. Okay? Sit down and reflect from where you've come from. Date back those days. Kabaka Mutesa rescued your grandparents from the lions that were eating them. Okay? I know many of you are my age mates. You are in your late 30s. But try to talk to your grandparents. Okay? Back those days, lions were eating some of your grandparents. Some were your parents. Kabaka Mutesa sheltered them of Buganda. Okay? Think of those days of the Rwandan Refugee Welfare Association back 1979. That was transformed into the Rwandan Alliance for National Unity. Okay? That transformed into Rwandan Patriotic Front. RPF. Okay? And the RPF came after a group of Rwandans who were in Uganda joined President Museveni's NRA and Furanasa and NRA, where you fought Mr. Obote and you won him. Okay? After that victory, you came up with RPF that took over power in Rwanda. Today you are in power. Today you are in power. Refrain from using ethnic cards as a way of relating with other countries. Okay? Ethnic card, genocide rhetorics, bury such rhetorics, and focus on unity. Stop! Ethnic card has formed your foreign policy by our brothers from Rwanda. Whenever people hold you accountable for some mistakes, you come up with ethnic cards, genociders. That must stop. Okay? Issues in the Democratic Republic of Congo needs to be solved multilaterally. Okay? Involving Sadaka. Someone attacked Sadaka. But Sadaka once saved. Sadaka, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Angola. They saved DRC from Mr. Kagame and Mr. Museveni's invasions. Yeah? Back then, they even crashed, if we recall very well, Kisangani 1, Kisangani 2. And today, we were ordered Uganda as a country to compensate the Democratic Republic of Congo by the International Court of Justice. Because our army officers plundered, robbed, looted Congolese minerals. Okay? So, let us give a chance to other forces because the East African community has failed. The East African regional force, it has completely failed. You saw the commander quitting, General Nyanga. I'm sorry if I've pronounced his name badly. He quitted. Why? He was frustrated. Member states that made up that force are part of DRC's problem. Okay? That's why we say, let Sadaka come on board. Okay? Let European Union, the international community, United Nations, come on board on the negotiation table because they are the key players who have leverage on Uganda, Rwanda, and other regional states involved. These East African states that had sent troops, each has a rebel outfit within the Democratic Republic of Congo. Okay, Burundi has, Rwanda has. It's only Kenya that does not, but it also advances its economic interests within DRC. like the banking sector, the banking systems they have taken to DRC. So each member state is after its own selfish interests, but people are dying. There is one general in Uganda who attended a burial ceremony of one UPC star out, late Muzei Tebironda Adononia. Okay? He made it clear that UPC was not the only one that killed people within Ruwero. Even NRA killed. They would put on UPC outfits, kill people at night, then in the morning they would put on rebel outputs. Okay, and mourn with the people in their attempts to blackmail UPC government. This relates to the animals that were killed. The people in power were the one behind such acts a certain general talked about while at the burial of Mzee Tebirondwa. The rebel tactics, blackmail. The current president of Rwanda was in charge of killing those who were involved in political subversion back at the Ruwero War. How he handled them, no one knows. How he handled the 37 Fedemubo youth, Kaira soldiers who had joined the NRM, who were got from Arua. So you are repeating the same tactics you used to get power. Such a things must stop from the Pan-African perspective. Do not blackmail someone to advance your personal interests. We know the rebel tactics you applied. And at one time, President Museveni had to confess that UPDF committed atrocities to people of northern Uganda. He was at Mayugwe back in 2013. So, people from Rwanda, be humble. Do not be on defensive all the time. Okay? Because we know that the international key players are the one having leverage over our leaders. They are using them to cause mayhem within DRC for as long as they foster, they pursue, they meet their selfish interests. So, let us not focus on such a petty issues within us. Okay? Minister Muvunyi for infrastructure within DRC is a tooth. When you talk to intellectuals within Goma, they make it clear that people are together. It's only leaders who are hijacking petty issues to foster their interests. That must stop. Thank you, Dr. David Mathanga, for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the summary, and I have heard all your summaries, all your submissions. We are not condemning. We are seeking peace, challenges, and obstacles. But in this process, we touch where problems are. And that's where Lukwago has touched here and there and given a very good advice. Always, let's say, when these rebels and sit on table with the leaders, don't they feel ashamed that they have guns that they get or support? And when the leaders meet their fellow leaders, don't they feel ashamed that they are telling a lie, they are insincere? Someone somewhere is giving one bag of maize in support of these rebels. My co-host, your final word.
Thank you, Dr. David Matanga, and thank you to each and every one of you that has contributed to this space today. All of your opinions are valid, and this is what debating is about. There's no wrong or right. Everybody's not going to see eye to eye, and that is completely okay. This platform was very humbling for me. we've had people share their personal experiences, which has definitely, left me speechless, because many of those experiences are experiences that I myself cannot relate to. And therefore, all I can do right now is listen and learn. And it's quite sad to see this back and forth between two nations. And I understand that there's been conflict for years, but I always put emphasis on this, and I always basically preach this, and I stand by this, is that as long as Africans choose to remain blind, we will always be fighting amongst ourselves. Indirectly, we are making ourselves look stupid to the ones that are using us to get what they need to get, or get where they need to be. So if we continue this warfare between us as Africans, we will never move forward, and we will always remain oppressed by the West. So I hope that going forward, you guys are able to listen to one another's experiences. Put your ideologies aside. Listen that from both sides we heard that all of you guys are experiencing deaths and killings and gruesome things that is abnormal to the human eye. Nobody is supposed to be kicked out of their homes or left homeless without food. And it's not just from one side, it's both sides. Find commonalities. If you guys can or is able to unite through your commonalities and fight together as one, then there's definitely peace that can be achieved within not only the DRC, but other warfare countries within Africa. So I thank you all, and this is it from me. I am dual in Africa. I'm an activist and Pan-Africanist from South Africa. Thank you, Dr. David Masanga. It's to you.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you who have been here for the last 5 hours. We have said and done exactly what other people would do. If we don't talk, if we don't debate, if we don't engage, we fight. But if we talk and spill out our chests, what is in our chests, we don't fight. We are leaving this space without anybody injured. We are leaving this space without anybody bleeding. But in actual sense, on the ground, people are bleeding. People are being killed. Cows are being cut to pieces. Ambushes. Every country, 9 of them across. Now, SADC is sending in troops starting from tomorrow. Now, this is something that we should always say. Africa does not need to waste money on quelling down conflicts. That money should go to build hospitals and schools. I want to take this opportunity to thank you, my co-host, to thank Radio Punchline in Nairobi, to ask you to prepare for the national, our anthem for my platform. I want you to tag each other. The problem that we have here, you don't tag each other. Some of you have been here, but you haven't tagged. You haven't followed. You must follow me, follow everybody, so that you don't miss any good type of discussion like this one we have had. Very constructive. It will go a long way to shape the obstacles, challenges we have seen from both sides. The commanders who are here, especially Commander Safi, you have heard people are dying. We need to end the war. Therefore, I ask you to take the message such that you allow people. Nyanze, my sister, I know the suffering is there, but take the message. We need to come back and develop so that these minerals can be got out of the soil peacefully and sold and they benefit everybody. I thank you very much. I thank all of you. Until next Monday, when we meet again, I have been Dr. David Matanga of the Twitter space, the struggle for a better Africa. Thank you very much as we look about Sudan and see what can come out of Sudan. I have not given up. I will continue to talk about Africa until one day somebody writes history about my talking about Africa. Thank you very much. The AFM, please.